something on your mind
Do, do,
again?
do, do.
Let's work through it together. Two heads
Yeah,
are
let's
one.
work through it together, Nahida. Thank you. I want to make sure I'm live properly. Look, I am. Wow, what a worlds. Hello. We'll get into the title of the stream very shortly here. Don't you worry. I will answer that right away. I don't want to leave people hanging with that. Let's just see. Doopy-doo. Alright, whoops, whoops, whoopsies. Whoopsies, there we go, okay. Hello, Ray. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the streams. The most wonderful stream ever. I'm sure it'll be invigorating, amazing, who knows. Let's bring Nahida into existence and bring myself into existence. Wow, look, I have a face this stream. Whoops, let's go into the game properly. Grannies only. Look, if my grandma was down, I'd have her play Genshin. Blah blah blah. You'd normally be early, but only just got home now. You should get home earlier then, clearly, Piplin. You are clearly not dedicated to me enough. You need to worship me more. It was a joke, hopefully, obviously, but I don't know, I could see some YouTubers seriously thinking that. I don't know. How narcissistic many people in existence, not just YouTubers, many people in existence are, wouldn't surprise me. I guess that's a good enough segue. So why do I have all the Genshin accounts? I'm just going to answer this right away in the stream. That way, if anyone else asks about this, I can reference the beginning of this stream. So, the reason I have... There's a number of reasons. The reason, though, that I have so many Genshin accounts, right? So I have polearms. This is my main account, right? I have polearms only, weapons only, and then I started Oldies Only. You know, new series today. The reason I have them is quite simple. They are ideas that come into my head, and so I do them. And I think the YouTube chat broke already. This is classic YouTube chat. The funny thing is, on my stream preview, I think it's fine. Oh, no, oh, it's fine, okay. But then it doesn't update in my actual chat window, like, goddamn it, YouTube. So anyways, love the idea of my new series. Yeah, I like the idea too. I'll get into discussing weapons only specifically a little bit. Oh, I have a Nilu team right now. I haven't been using a Nilu. What was I? Oh yeah, I was testing it. Alright, I'll talk about this team a little bit. I'm kind of excited for Baizhu again, actually, believe it or not. I'm excited for Baizhu again. There is a reason for it, and it's actually because of Nilu. So not that Baizhu is the perfect teammate for Nilu. I'm well aware, but he does enable something specific with my Nilu team that I am very happy I'm able to do. If you're on my Discord, you probably see me talk about it. Anyways, so yeah, the reason I have so many, the simple answer why I have so many freaking accounts is content, derp, duh. But it's more complicated than that. It's more just, you know, I have an idea, it gets in my head, so I do the idea. With polearms only, and this is the transition why I actually am talking about this right now. What? I went the wrong direction for this daily. This is what happens when I'm talking. I'm talking? Oh boy, brain's working. Fantastic. Can I hit you? I can't. Nice. Except for your shield magically blocks things. Yes, this makes sense. Oh, good. I draw on you. Bro, can you actually stop? I hate... Okay, what am I doing? I don't need to fight this. What am I doing? Brain. Alright, so, anyways. 72k bloom. Oh, that's not even close to what I can get. Anyways, So, the reason, the Oldies Only, right? So I started Oldies Only today, and it's a 4th account, right? It's like my 4th freaking Genshin account, which Genshin takes so much time that having 4 accounts is a bit like, right? Like, that's the real problem of having multiple Genshin accounts, is just the fact that, you know, Mihoyo refuses. Bro, what is with the freaking shields? Oh my freaking god, this is why I don't use this team in Overworld anymore. Yolong can deal with it, to be clear, but like, at the same time, why? Freaking wooden shields. blocking explosion damage. Annoying. I'm getting distracted. We'll do that last. Hello, you just finished watching the video? Welcome. Welcome, Yuki. Thanks for joining. So, the reason...
No way I can get a nap in this.
Actually, what am I saying? I completely lost track. I've got my thoughts well organized today. Do you have cons on Nilu? No. I have cons on Nahida. I do have Nilu's weapon, though. Multiple accounts take a lot of time, right? And I just made Oldies Only in particular. Weapons Only and Oldies Only and Polearms Only. But, you know, Weapons Only, I had the idea. I was like, hey, how stupid of a challenge could I do? And then I was like, you know, it'd be really stupid to have an account where I only wish in the weapon banner, right? So I made the account. Get that out of my face. And then Oldies Only, same thing. You know, had the idea. Thought it made for a actually decent idea this time versus Weapons Only. It's just a garbage idea, let's be real. And then, oops, wrong direction. And then Oldies Only also just made sense to do now because of the timing of the Nahida banner with the free fars on, right? When it comes to actually making content in the videos, though, and this is the actual conversation I was trying to lead into. People need to watch it for it to be worth it to do, right? I gotta be honest, Weapons Only is not fun enough. I would not have continued with Weapons Only if the video series did not do well, right? People want to watch it, I'll make the contents for it. Go figure. Herperdip. Point being, and yes, I know it's only been a few hours, this could definitely change. The YouTube algorithm is not fully predictable, but is also generally predictable. And I can tell you that Oldies Only's first episode, I expected it to do much better than it has done in the last few hours. You might, if you're not familiar with YouTube, if you haven't made a lot of content on YouTube, you probably would be like, oh, it's definitely too early to call it. And it is a bit too early to quite call it. I'm not going to say I'm not going to continue with it. But my current intention is I'll at least do like one more video, probably just like another video trying to just grind and wish for Nahida a bit. And if that video doesn't do well, Oldies Only is probably going to get axed. Which makes me sad because I would much rather, like, on a fun level, I think Oldies Only makes way more sense as a challenge. The problem is, like, if no one's viewing it, why am I spending, you know, I'm already spending a ridiculous amount of time having to do just, like, dailies every day, and then additional story content and all the event crap every single week. Having multiple Genshin accounts decreases my enjoyment of the game, but I do it for making content on it, right? And I made a new account instead of focusing on trying to diversify, like doing different stuff on YouTube, like trying to just like do more creative things that are for content based on my main account, right? Like I've been very bad at like making content based on my main account. I should do more of that. And I don't right now, and that's just because oftentimes my brain's stupid ideas tend towards like only accounts, right? But it takes so much time to do it whole new accounts. So in some ways I'm kind of relieved that Oldies Only is not performing well. Again, it could change. The YouTube algorithm could do what the YouTube algorithm does best and randomly be like, alright, actually now I'm pushing this video out to everyone and their mother in the Genshin community. Like kind of like happened with Weapons Only. And then I might continue with it. But as it is right now, despite how good of an idea it is, and I honestly think that the video I released today was probably one of the best, if not the best video I've released on the channel, right? That's kind of it. Like I really enjoy that video. I think the account is a good idea because it's refined in like the Archons are strong, right? It's basically Archons and their friends. Those are strong characters. But the Archons in particular tend to be strong because of how they are used with other characters. So having mostly only the Archons and a couple other strong characters, like Ganyu's not very useful, realistically. In a vacuum, at least. So, yeah, more shields. Okay, I'm just going to probably switch off of this team. In Mondstadt specifically, this team is not great just because of all the shields. But I don't know, Yelan can deal with the shields. It's fine, but anyways. You're annoyed by owning 2 accounts. Yeah, exactly. So like having 4 accounts, I don't know. I'm not super set because of how much time it would take to do a 4th account. I'm not actually that sad that Oldies Only is not performing that well. But I'm just gonna for those of you that like that video and look forward to that account, I'm just going to give a warning that right now, based on how it's performing, I suspect the account will not be continued. My intention is probably to make at least one more video off of it, but not go much further. I've been intending for a while to do more diversification, but at the same time, I also, when I have ideas, I feel like I should try to capitalize on those ideas and see if they do well. And if they don't do well, then I'm not going to invest hours and hours and hours into them. So if you're a new viewer watching this, because like my first video happened to be the weapons only, or the oldies only video, barring the video doing better than I expect, the series may not continue, and I apologize for that.
Thank you.
But right now it seems like it's not going to get enough viewership. Like it's going to get a very small fraction of like what my polearms only or weapons only series did at the start. So yeah, no YouTube notification. Shake my head. Well, that's your fault, Sapphire. Clearly. Will it stay free to play, the oldies only account? I'm not gonna commit to free to play, because I can tell you for content's sake, I would have rather actually I just like committed to only being low spender. Any new account I make, if I do make any new accounts, which honestly with oldies only not doing well and less inclined to do so. And by the way, there's some things I can try with oldies only. I might actually try to pay someone to like make a better thumbnail, or at least like I spent way too long trying to add fake wrinkles on like Nahida. On that thumbnail, and no one has like commented about it, but like I should have maybe spent even more time or paid someone to do it. Where am I going? I have to decide what I'm using my resin on this account. This is my main account, in case anyone's not aware. So Granny only should have been an April Fool's video. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I think the idea for oldies only is good. I'm not going to commit to free to play, low spend or anything. I'm not spending money on it right now, obviously, because I don't even know if it's continuing. But for the sake of like content and like being able to have like a realistic chance of getting characters, like Nahida's running, Ganyu is running, you know, Zhongli and Raiden are likely to get a rerun in the next few months, right? And then of course there's Wanderer's likely to get a rerun. Shao gets reruns every 2 months for some reason. That's a joke, but right, all the characters get reruns, right? They're all 5 stars. So realistically, I'd probably have to do low spender if I wanted even a small chance of getting all those characters, and even then, probably not going to get them all, right? But I'm not going to spend any of them right now because it's too early on. If the video doesn't do better, I'm not gonna give Mihoyo money for an account I'm not gonna actually do anything on, right? So it'd be dumb. Do you want to pull for Key of Conscience too on this account? No, definitely not. If you're talking about on weapons only, I already did pull for it. I will have the video out tomorrow. So if you are waiting for that, by the way, there will be weapons only to stream, but I'm going to try to I'm going to try to not spoil the results. Some people in chat already know, but don't spoil it, chat. If you do, you're just trolling. That's my excuse. But anyways, yeah. Sorry for not viewing it. You'll definitely be interested in oldies only watch. I'll upload it. Maybe the reason it's not doing well is it's the first day. No, I'm aware. The thing is, the first day isn't really, I don't know. The YouTube algorithm is weird. It's not hyper consistent, but I can tell you, like, I think the easiest way I can actually just describe what I'm trying to say here with oldies only is actually just to show it. Let's see. Give me a second. I gotta open up a new window. Oh, that did not go in the... There we go. Okay. Studio.youtube.com. Alright, and let me switch to... Where is my browser? Blam, there we go. And good old copyright strike, by the way, from Mihoyo. They never responded to my email, by the way, about that. In case anyone wasn't aware, they copyright struck one of my videos for a really stupid reason. I shouldn't have clicked on that, but whatever. It expires in like a month. It's fine. It's not like going to meaningfully affect the channel, but it was definitely something Mihoyo did just to like fearmonger me, in my opinion, as like a threat thing. Because it was the reason they did it is extraordinarily dumb. But well, the reason I think they did it, they didn't actually say why they did it because they refused to respond to my email. So I sent them like a nice professionally email and they never responded. Oh well. Anyways, so I am wearing glasses. Yes, I am Nerd Soul today. Hello. You can see like ranking by views 4 of 10, and views is 3.5k, impressions click-through rate is 10%, and average view duration. The impressions and average view duration is good. Like this is good and expected for a new series. But then ranking by views, this is a relevant stat. Because ranking by views 4 of 10 means 4 of 10 in the last 10 videos I posted, which includes live streams, by the way. It doesn't include shorts, but it includes live streams. Live streams get way less videos. So it getting less views than my last 3, like 2 wishing videos, yes, and like a Hazo weapons only video. Like, for a new series, that's really, really, really bad, actually. If you compare that to, can I find and like again, it's not like the total amount of views. I'm comparing it to like what the likes of like not my last 10 videos, but because it's a new series, the likes of my first episode of Polearms Only, my first episode of Weapons Only. So like, let's go find my first episode of Weapons Only, right? There we go. It's at I didn't even notice. It's at 106,000 views. It's ridiculous. I would have tried harder in this video if I knew I was getting that many things. Whatever. Anyways, I don't know if I'm actually supposed to show the revenue. Whatever. You can see the estimated ad revenue, which is not actually as much as you might expect. You can see like the initial views you get, right, is a very high spike initially, and this is an older video, right? But like if we go first day, right, this is the first one day of Weapons Only had 30,000 views, and I'm not saying for me to continue with Oldies Only, I need to get more than 30,000 views, but right now is trending towards it might have like 4,000 to 5,000, and if I'm lucky. And that's not well enough to justify the insane amount of time it takes to commit to a full new account, right? So that's kind of all my point is, right? I hope that makes sense. I'd rather spend my time trying to make content more, account review content, trying to showcase more creative things on my main account, right? So like I have a video I'm planning to make for Baizhu, which I'll discuss why here, because it actually has me a little bit excited for Baizhu again. He's still not like, oh my god, it'll be crazy, but he enables me to do something that I thought was only going to be possible with C2 Nilu, and that is getting 100,000 damage on Nilu. So yeah. Hope YouTube pushes it more viewers. Thanks, Sandeep. Yeah, we'll see. It might happen. There's many cases of like YouTube videos where like people's YouTube videos will get like not many views initially, and then suddenly the algorithm like throws it to 500 people for whatever reason, right? Usually those are caused by like changes in the algorithm, as far as I understand. And those are definitely exceptions to the norm, right? So. C1 Amber with risking 6 pulls worth of star glitter. Is that the one? Is C1 Amber the one that enables the Baron Bunny bomb shooting playstyle? Or is that C2? It depends. No, it's not. Okay, yeah, it's C2. C2, I'm sorry. Amber would be so much more of a fun character to play around with if C2 was her base kit, man. And because, like, unless you've been playing since, like, launch of this game, it's basically impossible to get constellations for, shop characters unless you get them from, shop characters, standard banner character. Fuck, Jesus. What brain? For launch free characters. What are you? Amber, Kaya, Lisa. I don't know what you call them. Starter characters. It's basically impossible to get constellations for them because they only appear in standard banner. You never get them on limited character banner. So, like, why they don't have them on limited character banner blows, I don't understand. But anyways, like, yeah, C2 is the one that, in my opinion, makes Amber actually legitimately fun. You can find plenty of videos of people like using this on Baron Bunny, and it's especially fun if you have like C4. C4 recursively makes it even more fun to have Constellation 2, where you basically just do a charge shot at the like right below Baron Bunny's feet and instantly blow it up. And it's just like a really cool like way to do like a nuke amber kind of thing with either melts or vaporizes. So point being, buying C1 amber from the Star Glitter shop could legit. Oh man, I forget amber. I guess that makes sense why you're asking this. Okay. I should. Crap. I don't normally say much Star Glitter, as you can tell. Now I just was like, I'm just talking about how C1 amber or C2 amber can be fun, and I can buy C2 amber. Ah, crap. Okay. Well, hopefully I remember. Okay. All right. So I'm planning on wishing for Baizhu, right? Baizhu. Oh no, Baiju's banner doesn't start. Frick. Oh no, what Baiju's banner doesn't start in this month? No. Crap. That's not good. Oh well, I guess rip my dreams of C2 Amber. I didn't plan around that. My bad. So anyways, the reason to buy C1 Amber is to get C2 Amber later. I'm not gonna wish, to be clear. People are gonna be like, oh, you should wish now to get Star Glitter to get C2. No. The weapon banner is garbage. I don't want the weapon banner. This is I already talked about how I don't see, because of the fact that Baizhu can enable what I would have wanted Nilu cons to do. I had no reason to get Nilu cons, and not hit cons. I don't need anything about C2. So I have to do a 10 pole weapon banner. Yeah, I don't know. Weapon banner, if I was going to want to get Star Glitter, is unironically the best one to do, but it might legitimately take like 50 pulls to get enough Star Glitter. So no, no. That's not worth. Tempting, but not worth. If Kaveh was running, like, I probably would have already wished for like Nilu cons if Kaveh was running with Nilu, but he's not, so oh well. What's my pity? Oh yeah, and notably, yeah, my pity is like 55. So, and I have a guarantee. So definitely no. No, sorry, Amber. I would actually love to have C2 Amber and mess around with it. I did not even think about the fact. I haven't even considered buying any Star Glitter characters in the shop for a long time on my main account, so I haven't even considered that. Yeah, I'm at like 53, so I'm like 20 away from pity. There's no world in which I risk that. Key for Kuki or more Ziphos. I already have R5 Ziphos, and like having used Ziphos for a while, I was already like, when I first like got Ziphos and I R5'd it, I was questioning whether I should keep a separate extra Ziphos in case I needed it. And like an extra Ziphos is not useless. But, like, also, like, look how many freaking 5-star swords I've gotten. Like, 3 of these are from just the Zipha. Ziphos, Jade Cutter, and Key is all from the one banner. And then this one was stupid. I shouldn't have wished for this one, but I did, and I have it. And then this was, 3 Freedom Swords and 90 pulls. Like, and I have Black Sword if I need, like, a crit rate weapon. Like, other than, like, I don't need another freaking sword, and I have this EM weapon. I have an Iron Sting if I really need an EM weapon. Like, it's not worth going for more Ziphos, in my opinion. It's not that good of a weapon. Like, Fav on most characters is going to be better than Ziphos, realistically. Kazuha is the only obvious user where Ziphos can be an upgrade, but even then, it depends. So, I don't know. Like, I have enough good sword options. It's just, like, not worth it. So. Lo-Fi looks so good. I know. It does indeed. You know what the stupidest reason I got Lo-Fi? The reason I got Lo-Fi was because I wanted it on Kuki. I wanted Lo-Fi for Kuki, which is the just most terrible. It was such a waste of 120 wishes. Like, I would literally have, like, what is 120 wishes? Like, I'd have, like, almost 40,000 primos right now if I hadn't wished for that weapon. I barely use it. It was not worth it. I do actually plan to use it on Kaching, I think. I want to build Kaching here soon-ish. But I think I'm gonna pre-farm for Baizhu, and then I'll work on Kaching's a little bit. My Kaching build is actually pretty good. This is her stats with Lo-Fi right now. So pretty good. Her attack's a bit low, but she has an EM timepiece. I'm actually not sure whether or not you'd want an attack timepiece or an EM timepiece, but I have both, so I could switch to either and test it out. I'm pretty sure EM timepiece is better with Lo-Fi, though. Anyways, but yeah, Lo-Fi was not worth. It's not that good of a weapon. I just got it because I wanted it for Kuki. It matched her visually. What am I doing, by the way? I've been doing nothing the last 20 minutes. When is this? Does anyone know when this event is fully unlocked? I'm not going to do it today, but unless it is fully unlocked. Oh my god, Sumer is so humongous. So I'm either farming this domain, or I kind of want... I could just get Baiju's pre-farming out of the way. Or I kind of want to farm flop artifacts. The reason being because... Not because they're valuable, but simply because I need full EM on flop to be able to do what I want to do with Baizhu and Nilu together, which is get 100,000 bloom damage, like consistently. Not in like, oh, I'm abusing Scaramouche's or Raiden's lower resistance downtime to get 100,000. I'm talking about 100,000 with like the normal 10% resistance that most enemies have to most elements. So, yeah. Anyways, regret doing 170 wishes for Lo-Fi that 2 extra Jade Spheres don't help. Yeah, I at least got a Lost Prayer when I got Lo-Fi, which was something. But, you know, oh, frick, I should have switched to a different team. Whatever. What do you think of Kiara? Kiara? You mean Kirara? I think it's Kirara. I'm not even saying it right in there, but Kirara. 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 I like her. Honestly, the main thing I want to do with her is just, well, it depends if she currently is, I haven't seen an official, like, actual leak of her multipliers, but.
Gotcha. Rest and rebuild. Grow. Stop fighting.
Why is everything alive?
I see everything.
You're not all, there we go. Wow, you're alive.
Allow me.
Okay. What is lo-fi? Lo-fi is light of foliar incision. L-O-F-I. Lo-fi. Alhaitham sword. Yeah, how will Baizhu help with those 100k blooms? So Baizhu has his passive is your active character that gets healed deals bonus like Dendro damage. Dendro reaction damage specifically. So it's a damage percent bonus to specifically I don't think I need to look at 4 stars because like the annoying thing about this is to be able to, so I have really good like full EM gilded pieces, right? So with this piece with 86 EM and this piece with 90 EM and Baizhu with like most of his buff up on his passive, which is basically he gives like a damage percent bonus to bloom. So rather than like Dendro damage bonus, like the likes of Dendro Traveler, particularly if you have like C6 Dendro Traveler, right, gives you 12% damage bonus, right, for different damage that you're doing. But that's elemental damage bonus, so that's like, you know, your Nahida's Dendro damage, not your bloom damage. Your bloom damage needs like bloom damage percent. So that's the likes of Nilu's passive that directly increases bloom core damage. Baizhu can increase bloom core damage too. He has a passive that directly says it will increase bloom damage. Not by a crazy amount, but we're talking like about a 10% uplift, which is just barely enough to get 100,000 damage on a bloom if I have full EM on flop artifacts. But we're talking full EM on flop artifacts, and I need to have a similar flower and feather to like this gilded flower and feather. Like, to be clear, it's not worth farming this as far as like resin efficiency goes, but I tried to calc it out in every way possible. I even checked to see if it was like doable to get 100k with LG of the End on Yelan instead of having to farm these artifacts, and the answer is no. I have to farm these artifacts. For the last little bit of bloom damage percent bonus, I need to be able to get over the 100k barrier. I am very happy about the fact that it's... I meant to go and switch characters with it. I gotta take a drink of water. Ah, now you did it. So I get for not looking at the screen. Whoops. Slight, that's actually a slight problem considering there's Hydro Slimes here. How do I deal with Hydro Slimes? Not with C6 Elon, that's for sure. C6 Elon, don't do... Okay, you know what? No. We're leaving. We're gonna not have a terrible team. Well, this team is not terrible. I'm just not playing it properly. So, anyways, Spectre says hi. Yeah, Kirara uses Spectres, I think. Or does she? I don't know. I don't know if her drops have been shown yet. Let's go revive our creatures. Anyways, need cracked flop artifacts to be able to even possibly get 100k blooms for Nilu. Right now, like as my account is currently, I think I can get like 90,000 if I'm trying with full buffs. But with Baizhu, his bloom damage % buff and combination of I think 85,000. Baizhu takes me from like 85,000. Basically, the way it works is like currently like 85,000 with like this literal team I have right here. I have to swap artifacts around a little bit, like put instructors on people. But with this team right here, I can get 85,000 bloom damage. By the way, there's some insane diminishing returns on bloom damage, like the amount of EM you get, such that like the 120 EM from instructors is not like really worth it compared to the likes of just putting more like DPS oriented stats on Yelan or whatever. But you do it anyways for the bloom damage. The EM scaling on bloom damage is one of the things in the game that has like some heavy actual diminishing returns. Oftentimes people in the community, in my opinion, use diminishing returns the wrong way. They usually use it to refer to the fact that other stats have more relative value as you get really high amounts of one other stat, which is whenever people say, "Oh, you're getting diminishing returns," oftentimes people in the Genshin community, they should actually just be saying, "Balance your build better." But anyways, there's actual legitimate mathematical diminishing returns where like per amount of EM you get, as you get more and more EM, the less damage it gives you. There's a fall off. There's a literal fall off coded into the game. How much EM does Kokomi have? A lot. This is Kokomi with 4-piece gilded. 1018. That's without Sacrifice level up too. She can actually get 20 more, and that's before, you know, any the 4-piece on this. Actually, no, she's getting a bunch of attack from this, isn't she? Yeah, because there's a bunch of Hydra users. So, you know, Kokomi is not the ideal. If I wanted to increase bloom damage, it'd actually be better to put the 4-piece gilded on Nahida and put like Deepwood on Kokomi. Then I'm getting less consistent Deepwood uptime, and I also don't feel like switching Nahida's artifacts constantly. So, anyways, point is, I can get 100,000. Basically, the situation is this team, if I swap artifacts around a little bit, I could get 85,000 max right now. And that's with this is with C2 Nahida, by the way. So if you were going to try this without C2 Nahida, just have the bloom damage I'm talking about. So when I'm talking about 100k bloom damage, it's the same thing as if you had C0 Nahida and you got 50k bloom damage. It's literally the same thing. The difference is I have C2 Nahida, which can make blooms crit. That's the only difference. So 100k is equivalent to 50k with C0 Nahida. That's the only difference. And like, obviously it's a DPS increase because it's like a 20% chance to crit, which means it's like a 20% DPS increase. But it's not like you can't do this without C2 Nahida. You just can't get specifically 100k, but you can do it all mechanically without C2 Nahida. So, anyways, point is, right now with this team, right, I can get if I put instructors on Yelan, put Nahida on, put Kokomi on Deepwood, put Nahida on 4-piece gilded instead. So basically swap Nahida's and Kokomi's artifacts, and then Yelan would be on instructors. 85k is the most I can get. With Baizhu is like an extra 10%. When I did calculate literally yesterday, Baizhu with his buffs up, which again, the way he buffs is a little bit annoying, but it should be completely doable, is another 10,000 damage about with his like bloom damage % bonus. And then, so that puts it 95k, right? So it's like frustratingly close. And I was like, crap. The bloom set exists. When I realized that, I was like, oh no. I can get, and then I went and calculated it, and I just put in literally equivalent flop artifacts to the amount of EM that I have in my Gilded Dreams artifacts. And it was like 102,000. I was just like, guess I'm farming this forever now. Oh god. So yeah, my Nilu's already good. She's already almost at the cap, and she actually goes over the cap with Yelan. Like, I'm actually getting use out of C4 Yelan in this situation, because while Nilu's passive caps out at about 74,000 HP, a little bit over, the passive on Kyuukashin Suit does not, with the EM pass along. And since I'm like trying to like eke out every tiny little bit of like bloom damage I can, overcapping on Nilu's HP is fine. With Yelan C4, I can actually get Nilu up to like 80k HP. So because of my Yelan C4 helping out things, I don't actually know if this would be doable. Oh no, I think it would be doable without Yelan C4, but you might need to have something like Elegy of the End. But you could also do something weird, like you could do like Shane Cho on instructors with, instead of Yelan, with a Sapwood Blade at like R5 that can give 120 EM. That's like the same as Elegy gives. So I think it would be doable without C4 Yelan, to be clear. C4 Yelan just helps it a little bit. You would almost surely need Kyuukashin Suit to do 50k or 100k on Nilu. You would need Kyuukashin Suit, flop artifacts, Nilu, of course, Nahida, if you want 100k specifically, you do need C2. And Baizhu don't need anything really special, you just need C0 Baizhu. And then Yelan, I'm probably actually going to put Deepwood or Instructors on, right? So Yelan is not strictly necessary, I don't think. Yelan just helps me get that last little bit for me. I didn't calc whether or not it'd be possible without Yelan C4. Because I don't know. I don't think Yelan is making an insane amount of difference. We're talking like an additional 6,000 HP that we get for this passive. Actually, we can just calc it right now. 6,000 HP. I'm not gonna calc the total damage, but I'm gonna calc the total amount of EM, and I can tell you based on how much EM it is that it probably won't, if it will or will not make that much of a difference. So 6,000 HP. All nearby party members, so 0.25%, so not 0.25, 0.0025 times 6,000 is 15 EM. So C4 Yelan is functionally giving Nahida, who would be the trigger in that team. It'd be Nahida, Yelan, Baizhu, Nilu. C4 Yelan is functionally giving an additional 15 EM. That is nothing. So I can now confidently say you can definitely do the 50k without C4 Yelan. C4 Yelan does help keep Baiju's buff up, because he needs HP to have his buff to be maxed out. So that does enable me to potentially put Baizhu on instructors instead of Yelan on instructors, maybe, but that's something I'll mess with when I actually get it. So, anyways, doesn't your Yelan destroy everything? No, because I don't use the C6. So I had to pick up a wrapper I threw on the floor by accident. Yelan doesn't really destroy anything, everything, because I don't use her C6. And also, like, I have not had Yelan on on like a proper emblem build in a while. Like, I want to be clear with that, and I'll make like a, my plan is to make a video on this once I get to the point of actually being able to do it. But let's make sure to go to a team I actually want to use for all there we go, this team. This is my favorite team for just farming. You have whale problems, I have more problems. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's what my point that I was trying to make there is that I don't think the C2 Nahida is obviously necessary to get 100k specifically, but if you make your goal 50k, the main thing that you would need, I think, is Kyuukashin Suit, realistically. Other than that, all you would need is just heavy investment on going full in on the bloom buff. But the thing is, what I'm doing there, where I'm trying to hyper maximize the bloom damage specifically, is probably not what you should focus on for a Nilu team. I want to be very clear with that. The reason you don't want to do that is because, like, for my Nilu team, for example, if I want to increase that team's performance, it'd be smarter to just, put Yelan on DPS artifacts and make Yelan do more damage. That would probably be a more obvious team-wide DPS increase than trying to hyper-spec into getting that slight bit more of bloom damage, right? Like, the level of investment it takes to get that slight bit more bloom damage is not worth it relative to just putting better, like, damage stats on your other characters, right? Particularly Elon in that team. But what I have fun with Nilu is making bloom go boom. So my goal is to get the biggest boom possible with Nilu. So I want to get 100k on Nilu in consistency. It's going to take some time though, because I need all the cracked flop artifacts. The EM main stat piece is less a concern. Ow, stop it. The EM main stat piece is less a concern specifically than is. Why is this domain still so annoying, by the way? Okay, this actually is probably not the best team for this domain, but mostly because I like to. I don't know, it's fine. I like booming with blooms, so it's going to take some investment. And the thing that's a pain is actually not getting the EM main stat. Like, I should be able to get the EM main stat without too much pain, theoretically. I don't know. No, you never know. Alright, you never know with EM main stat pieces. But thankfully, I don't care about the substats at all. It would be nice to have some, like, ER on the substats, because I do need to, like, keep Nahida's burst up. So it might be a slight problem, actually, if I don't get some ER substats. But ideally, it's not the end of the world, right? The bigger problem is the flower and the feather. Like, I need to literally get, like, I believe I need at minimum 80 EM is what I count. Unless I don't know. I could slightly optimize some things about it, but I need about 4 rolls of EM on both the flower and feather, which is about 80 EM, right? For high rolls. Just not easy. That's not easy. Like, this is not worth it to farm for, to be clear. I'm just doing it because this is what I enjoy. Ow. Hey, it should make for a video. Hopefully people watch it. I don't know why I'm not doing, like, proper rotation in this team. I'm not even thinking right now. Really? What? Can you anybody crit, please? Okay. Big numbers is better than logical choices to farm. Exactly. That's why you want Nilu so bad. You find Bloom so fun. Bloom is really fun. Oh yeah, I forgot. As an example. Oh, screw you, game. The worst part is there's also like a 100% chance one of these is EM. No, okay, good. I don't know why I looked at the 4-star. But yeah, having to farm for this shitty Animo set in conjunction with this set sucks. Really sucks. So, I don't know. The Oldies Only account scares you. I mean, watch the beginning of this stream. I talked about for a while on why, realistically, Oldies Only is probably not going to continue. But we'll see. I don't know. The YouTube algorithm can do what the YouTube algorithm do. If it performs really well, then, you know, I might do it. Alright, let's probably do a setup here.
Gotcha. Here comes the cash. Wind strike. Quietly now.
Oh my god. The Hydro Slimes are by far the most annoying thing in this domain here.
Let's light it up.
You can use that set for my trashy Xiao. I have like a really good build on a Xiao build with 2-piece attack, 2-piece VP though. So like the chance that this set is going to be better for Xiao is low. That's Luna, what do I do? You really love Nilu and her playstyle, but you're on a 50-50 with 50 pity, and you already 100% of the new plates, and there are rumors of Kazuha rerun, but I have Sucrose. And the best thing about one of the best things about Kazuha is that you can use Kazuha and Sucrose in different sides of the abyss. I personally think Kazuha is a more valuable and more fun unit for different teams. Nilu's biggest problem is that you can't like Nilu would be someone I could solidly recommend much more if she didn't have her freaking passive that forced you, right? This stupid passive that forced you to use entirely Dendro and Hydra units. If it was something that was structured more like the likes of Goro, right? Where like Goro wants you to use heavy Geo teams, but it's structured where like you use 1 Geo character, you get this buff. You use 2 Geo characters, you get this buff. You use 3 Geo characters, you get this buff. And you can still use like a 4th flex slot, right? They could have done exactly the same thing for Nilu, right? If Nilu could have a flex character, she'd be so much more fun and so much more flexible and someone I could easily recommend. Kazuha probably has more value to your account if you don't have Kazuha. Did I get the bread? No, I did not get the bread yet. I haven't visited her since then. It was only like 2 days ago. I recorded it 2 days ago. So, yeah, Kazuha, you have Nahida too. Okay, yeah, I mean, I was gonna ask if you have Nahida, particularly, you definitely want Nahida for Nilu. I also would ask if you have Kokomi, because Kokomi, there's a lot of options to use Nilu teams now without Kokomi, which is nice, but I have still personally found that I think I like playing Nilu with Kokomi the most. Like, my preferred play to play Nilu teams when I have played it is Triple Hydra with Kokomi, Nilu, Nahida, and Yelan, or Xingqiu. They're basically the same in that situation. And you don't have to use Xingqiu or Yelan there. That's just like, I like them, and they synergize well, and then increase the team's single target damage, which is one of the weaknesses of Nilu teams. So I like that I have the increased single target damage. That's why I like Yelan Xingqiu there, but you could easily use someone else. Easily use another Dendro user instead of Yelan Xingqiu there, potentially too. But anyways, I really like Kokomi in that team. So my point being is, if you don't have Kokomi, that could be a reason potentially to say not to go for Nilu. I'd say probably Kazuha is a safer bet. I'd be surprised if you regretted going for Kazuha over Nilu. But on the other hand, Nilu was someone I went for on a whim. Mostly, I don't even remember why. I think it's on stream somewhere or something. I don't remember exactly why I wished for Nilu, but I did, and didn't regret it. I wished for Nilu because I was wishing for Zipho's Moonlight, and then I got her weapon, and I was like, screw it. I'll use my 50-50 on Nilu. If I win the 50-50, cool. If I don't, I save my guarantee for Nahida. I won the 50-50, and I was very pleasantly surprised. But I also had like the perfect characters already. I already had Kokomi. I got Nahida, right? And I had the likes of Yelan and whatever. I had all the good characters to use with Nilu already. So, you know, I'd probably recommend Kazuha over Nilu. It's the safer bet. But I don't know. Up to you. Up to you. I go back to Kazuha much more than I go back to Nilu. That's for dang sure. After I got bored of Nilu, I got bored of Nilu. Like, I used Nilu for several months in Overworld, and it was really fun. But now I'm back to, using Kazuha, Yelan, Nahida in the Overworld. So, anyways, probably recommend Kazuha if you want to guarantee Kazuha, especially since possibly he might get rerun next patch even, right? You might also have more than next patch to save, so you might have enough to save up for Kazuha, but I don't know. Up to you. Nilu's fun. She'll probably get another rerun though in the future. I'd say Kazuha is my recommendation. He's just easy to use in every team. Yeah, indeed. Not every team, but Kazuha's value I think went down slightly with Dendro. Well, no, not really. Kazuha's value went up though with like Aggravate, but also like I think with Aggravate in particular, Sucrose's value went up relative to Kazuha for Aggravate. So Aggravate and Spread in particular, like if you're doing like say Tignari Yai together, Sucrose is arguably better than a C0 Kazuha because Sucrose's EM pass along can benefit Tignari and Yai and the VV Shred, right? Whereas Kazuha is only going to benefit like Yai's damage in that example, right? So there's cases where you can make where Sucrose is actually better with like Aggravate teams, but anyways, Kazuha is still very, very good and fun. So, anywho, and an amazing overworld character. All right, I think I'm done with this account. Why am I just rambling on this account for no reason? Is there anything I need to do for artifacts? Garbage. Well, okay. If you get this artifact, you should roll it. I don't care about this artifact. I don't think I got anything else, did I? I'm not done with the watermelon artifacts. I want to farm more of the watermelon artifacts for Yelan, but I think right now I'd rather try to farm for full EM flop to get my 100k than I would farm for watermelon for my Mimulon build. To be clear, like my Mimulon build does not need the 10%. Well, it's more like it's honestly like with full buffs on the watermelon set. If I get like equivalent artifacts that I have on Gilded Nonulon right now, my Nukeolon build can probably get a good, like, if I'm using her burst, probably like a 20% damage DPS increase. If I'm not using her burst, it's more like 10% at best, which is not nothing, but it's also like not necessarily worth farming the full set for still, especially with how annoying getting the passive is. But anyways, I'd rather farm flop right now, believe it or not. I already got the pieces I needed for Nilu, which are not very good, but they're functional. I'll probably return to that domain in the future, but for now it's fine. So yeah, I got garbage. Let's see. I did already have this, or no, it's a watermelon piece. This flop piece and this flop piece. This one has EM and ER, so this is like the ideal artifact from flop for me. I have 4-line with EM, and I needed to roll a bunch into EM. I think I have one. Yeah, I do have a 4-line flower too. So I need to level these up and see how they roll, basically. I use it a lot. I don't have much fodder because I used like every bit of fodder I had yesterday leveling up pieces from the watermelon set for Nilu. So I'm gonna level the flower up first. Flower has potential to be better. So yeah, we want to see mostly EM. ER would not be the end of the world here though. And then we're done with this account. We'll switch over to Polearms Only, which won't take very long, and then we'll do Weapons Only. And maybe we'll do a little bit of Oldies Only, maybe. Sure. I mean, it's crit rate. Sure, like it's not useless. I could theoretically use this on like a Burgeon Toma or something. Like I might need the crit rate for like Fav is kind of why, but meh. EM, please. Oh, thank you. Okay, this is a good start. We need 2 more EM rolls. We need 2 more EM rolls. To be clear, but the chance of that has gone up substantially. All right, please. ER is fine. It's fine. There is a world. There's still a dream here. There's a dream of like 80 EM in this piece. Oldies Only is such a doomed account already. I mean, yeah, it's doomed because there's no one watching it. Not nobody, to be clear. It's like performing well for like my videos on average, but not well relative to like what I would expect a first new episode of a series to do. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna promise I'm gonna continue. So I don't know. This is a good artifact already. Like, I'm probably keeping it regardless of how it rolls, but if I get lucky and get at least one more EM roll, it's like right on the weird borderline of it's probably usable, which is something. But yeah, I don't know. Really gonna need 80 EM. So I don't know. There's a chance. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. No flat def. It's a usable artifact. For sure. Just because I need all EM. Oh god, this is gonna be miserable farming this set. I'm gonna have to take a break and remember to farm for Baizhu a little bit though. Since I have a guarantee, so I'm gonna have to farm his. I think he uses this boss, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to double check on that. Farm for Baiju's mats. I already have enough violet grass, and I think probably enough of the other materials. You like the montage? That's good. It took. The worst part about like that wasn't even the hour of time it took to like break past the barrier, which I have been informed of, by the way. I'm gonna go log out now. We're gonna go log into Polearms Only. The worst part of that, by the way, wasn't even like having to do it. Like, it was tedious to do for an hour, but like I got in a rhythm doing it, and like it was fine. It was fine. And in hindsight, I could have even listened to music because I just ended up muting my audio during it, right? So I could have just like listened to music, but I didn't even listen to music. I just kind of like did nothing. Did I have? No, I don't think I did like anything at all. I literally just was logging in and logging out for an hour straight at my computer. So tedious, boring, yes. Not the most invigorating thing I've done in the game. But at the same time, the worst part was definitely editing it. Because I had to go through it a second time. Editing it, though, I got into a flow in editing it. It wasn't that bad. And it turned out well, so I liked it. I'm not sad about it. It is funny that I didn't have to end up doing it though. I could have done like a small amount of additional research and found a way around it. Oh well. You're just watching Oldies Only, and it was great. Thanks, Sebastian. We might do Oldies Only in the stream, but I'm trying to get my other accounts. Whoop. Trying to get my other account stuff done first. Does DPS Mona work with Eye of Perception? Got her in the weapon recently on your ult? I mean, yes. There's no reason you couldn't. Widzith, yeah, the likes of Widzith are better. There's many better options, but if Eye of Perception oftentimes can be many players' best DPS catalyst option, sadly, sometimes. So, it works. Good luck, and only Nahida will come home, hopefully. Yeah, we'll see. That's going to be my main test, by the way, to see if I continue with Oldies Only, is how does the second video do, realistically. I'm not buying another Welcome. This is Polearms Only first, by the way. Before I go to Weapons Only. I am not buying another Welcome on Polearms Only. There's just literally zero reason. I might make this into a short, but I posted this on my Discord. For those that are interested in my Polearm Only account. I got an upgrade for an emblem artifact finally yesterday. I got this artifact, which is honestly a really cracked one, but like, this is actually, I don't know, I might have gotten a crit rate circle with crit damage before on emblem on this account, but if I did, it was probably something really bad that had like 5% crit damage and no other good stats kind of situation. I don't remember exactly. I'm so freaking, like, I have farmed so much emblem, like, by the number, like, level 20 emblem pieces you can see, it should be obvious. I have farmed a lot of emblem, and the frustrating part is, like, I have gotten not many good circlets, right, like, crit rate circlets, like, this is the best circlet I got, and it's, like, not even that good for this account, because Xiangling doesn't react that much, and it's also quite hard to use a crit damage circlet, right? And then this was the best one I was using for DPS, for, like, damage before, and then this one, which had, or sorry, not that one, this one, which had a good bit of ER. Like, I was using this on Xiangling before. I am not joking. So, the fact that I got this circlet, which is basically, I didn't even have to sacrifice ER, which is amazing. Like, Xiangling on this account is very ER hungry, because she's oftentimes alone, which means she's the only pyro character, no pyro battery. And so not losing ER and getting 20 crit damage is such a big help for her. It's like a really big improvement. Like, she went from being like to like actually pretty healthy, right? Is how I would describe it now. Just with that one artifact. So this is like genuinely one of the most maybe important artifacts to get in the account. So finally, other than that, all I really need now on emblem is ideally like my main frustration with emblem, honestly, is that like all I want from emblem at this point is just like crit rate, crit damage, and ER. And like, yes, that's a lot. You're asking for 3 specific stats rather than just crit. But like, my emblem pieces are not horrible on this account. Like, this one is really good. It's a 0 dead stat piece, right? Like, it's 30 CV, 0 dead stats, really good. Yeah, that's really good. It is. But I need more ER than anything. Like, I was just talking about, Xiangling is very ER heavy. There is definitely cases where this 230 ER is not enough. So, yeah. Anyways, I can put like Engulfing Lightning on her, and you know that functionally gives her 10% more ER at base and 30% more ER when you use her burst. So that does help a bit, and increases her damage, obviously. So I can do that. So it's like not the end of the world. I have options, right? But, you know, you get the point. Either way, that circlet was a really big deal. It's like the #1 biggest improvement that Xiangling could have gotten, and I managed to get one and not even lose anything for it. Like, I lost like nothing for it at all, other than like 20 EM, which doesn't really matter. So, anyways, did anyone see the new Varsal vid on Electro and how it'll backfire? It's really good since it's all EM now, and Raiden is only EM instead of big burst damage. What? What do you mean? Varsal. Oh, Vars 2. Oh, did he have a new video? I'll be honest, I watched that dude's artifact video, and to be clear, his main point with his artifact video was like that the artifact system being like a layer of RNG on a limit of how much you can do it was annoying, and I agree, that was his main point. But some of his points that he made in there on like complaints about the artifact system were straight up misinformation. I'm sorry, and it really pissed me off. So I don't know. It's like the dude has well-researched points on some aspects of his videos, but then other aspects of the things he says are just like examples of things that made him annoyed without him actually like he basically made mathematical examples of like, oh, this, he literally gave an example of like a circlet that had like 0 dead stats and then said because it didn't roll in crit rate, it's basically garbage. That's just obtusely wrong. Like if you have if you have a 0 dead stat circlet, let's find one. I think my Hu Tao circlet, right? If you have a 0 dead stat circlet, even if this didn't roll into crit damage at all, it would still be a really good circlet for Hu Tao. Now, ideally not heavily into ER because Hu Tao and Furbishima does not need a lot of ER. But it's still a 0 dead stat circlet. Not rolling into crit makes it more restrictive on the characters to use it on, but still a 0 dead stat circlet, which means it's providing valuable stats. And like, it pissed me off because he literally made the point of like, it's the best stats possible. They're all good stats. And then said because they didn't roll into crit damage, even though you just called the stats good, then why would rolls into stats that are good not be good? Why is it garbage when it rolls into stats that are good? Like, it was just such an obtusely idiotic point, and it pissed me off. He also like said things like, oh, you're like only gonna get like, he like used an example. I don't think he specified an example like this. He was like, oh, you know, you're always aiming for the 1 in a million artifact, like this artifact. This is not even, it's not even 1 in a million, by the way. Saying it was 1 in a million is wrong, but actually this might be a 1 in a million artifact. This is probably a 1 in a million artifact. But the best thing about this artifact, by the way, this is a 1 in a million artifact that he was like using an example like why the artifact system was bad. I'm just ranting about VARs now, but an actual example, right, of a 1 in a million artifact. And I don't use it. So, why? That's because it's worse than this. This is a better goblet for my Candace. It's an onset emblem goblet. It's a better goblet. Like the situation of like what a particular character needs for their build is much more important than the individual like, ooh, all the crit. Like, it's just an obtusely wrong understanding of artifacts that was just straight up misinformation. It really pissed me off. Even though the original point of his video on like judging the artifact system and why it was badly, he called the artifact system badly designed, was more on the point of the combination of the resin system and the artifact RNG was bad together. And that's why my point and my complaints with the artifact system, I have come down to my hate for the resin system, this system that's made to force you to log in every day, more than hate for the artifact system. I think people vastly overestimate the amount of effort it takes to get functional builds on characters in this game. Anyways, no, I did not see the VARs 2 video on Electro and his backfire. I'm curious what his point was. Based on what you're saying, did my chat just die? I feel like it hasn't refreshed. Yep, my chat did not refresh. So, anyways, I haven't watched the video, so I can't like, I don't know, should I do a YouTuber thing and react to a video? I don't know. If you guys want to see that, I can go react to VARs 2's video. Maybe I'll have another rant at the guy. I can go, if you guys want to see me maybe rant at VARs, I don't know. His newer videos are newer than his old ones, so he might have gotten better at, you know, making things than he was then. I'm not trying to say like I'm a better creator, I understand the game better than him, but in that specific video, he said things that are just straight up misinformation relating to the artifact system, is all my point was. Which, in my opinion, worsened his point. Worsened the like main conclusion of the video and worsened the point of the video and then made it better. But yeah, so I don't know, if you guys are down, I can go watch the VARs 2 video and maybe we can have some good old reaction content, the low-hanging fruit reaction content. I wouldn't mind. If you want to see it, I'll do it. If his point with the Electro, like with Dendro making it, like based on what your point, Han Carlos, is that I'm just gonna say Carlos. If your point, Carlos, was that you were saying that his argument was that Electro is now worse because of the fact that it cares too much about EM now, I think that's just a really dumb argument, But I feel like I have to watch the video to see what he actually said to try to judge that, because from what I garnered from your comment, I'm not sure what he actually said, right? But, yeah. Bro just took this chance to flex his piece. I'm flexing a piece that I don't use, guys. I don't use it. Like, yes, I have it. Whoop-de-doo. I literally just had the thought in my mind to feed this piece into something else. I would survive without this piece. Right? Like, yes, this is an insane piece. An absurd, it's a statistical anomaly piece. But, like, I don't use it. I haven't used it for 3 months. And, like, yes, part of the reason I don't use it is because I don't have any other Hydra users. But at the same time, there's many cases where you, like, even if that, like, if that was on my main account, yeah, I have Yelan on my main account. I would absolutely use that on Yelan. Duh. Like, this is an exception, to be clear. You would probably use that artifact on a normal account. But at the same time, I still don't use it. I have an onset goblet that is still better than it. My argument still stands. Right? That onset goblet is better. Like, my point wasn't to flex the artifact. I could just, if I want to flex the artifact, I'd constantly, like, put it as bait in thumbnails. I could probably get more views on some of my YouTube videos if I, like, use that. Like, I've been intending, by the way, to make, like, some kind of Candace video eventually. It's probably gonna wait. If Candace is on the banner next patch, because she's due for a rerun. If Candace is on the banner next, or in the Baizhu banner, I will probably make a Candace video, and I'll probably put that artifact in the thumbnail, right? That's honestly the best thing the artifact is for, is bait on thumbnails to click on the video. Like, anyways. You know that one meme with the graphs? Bottom is AR-15, just have artifacts. AR-50, we need 40 plus crit value. Baby cry, AR-60, just have artifacts. Yeah, exactly. Like, you just need, like, a smattering of artifacts. And, like, I ranted a little bit about, like, CV being a terrible, terrible way to evaluate artifacts in the build help section on my Discord earlier today before the stream. And my main point was that, like, at high investment levels, it becomes more apparent that for particular characters, you need to balance the build more, right? And, like, it's more important to make sure you have a healthy stat distribution rather than just focusing on crit value, right? Hu Tao's a terrible example. She's still, it depends on the character, right? Character like Hu Tao, especially if you have Hu Tao's weapon, and she ascends with crit damage, she basically just cares about crit rate and crit damage, and that's literally it. But she also wants a little bit EM. But Hu Tao in particular on this account is a terrible example, because on this account she doesn't want EM because she doesn't react that much. So, anyways, Hu Tao's not a good example. But I actually have a better example on my main account. So I have a feather on my main account that is a crimson feather that is like 35 crit value, but has 3 rolls of EM. And they're like 3 high rolls of EM. So it's like 68 EM. And it is 14 crit rate, 14.4 crit rate, 7.8 crit damage. So it's already a really good crit value, to be clear, right? And then 68 EM, and it has like a max HP percent roll. So for someone like Hu Tao, like on a normal account, that piece is, in my opinion, because EM, Hu Tao wants a good bit of EM, and it's a crimson piece, by the way, too, I should specify. Hu Tao wants a little bit of EM. Really? That piece is better, in my opinion, than a 50 crit value piece, right? And that's kind of my point, is like, your most cracked artifacts at high investment even become not your 50, not your 40 crit values, not your 50 crit values, but your things that have a decent crit value and have good other stats alongside them. That's where your very high investment builds go, right? So anyways, you get the point. Candace should be via the guy who leaked the 4 stars on this banner. That's good. Look, I have a cryo damage goal with 26.4 attack percent. That's actually cracked. Yeah, that is especially for Blizzard Strayer. So Blizzard Strayer, if you're doing like a Blizzard Strayer Ayaka, the priority stats are crit damage and attack percent. So that's like a cryo goblet, 26 attack percent is actually cracked as hell. You'd want more crit damage ideally, but it depends on your whole balance of your stats. But yeah, I'll do a Candace video eventually, and I'll probably include my cracked artifact as bait for it. But then in that video, I will probably have an example of like, but actually, like the video will probably end like, it'll probably be a video about like nuke DPS Candace, just for the funsies, and then the video will end with me putting Candace back on like this 4-piece emblem build and being like, all right, never using that build again. Never using that build in artifact again, just to get a rile out of people. Why don't you do any character reviews or reckon they get a lot of views? I mean, I've been intending to do more. The reason I don't do many character reviews is just because like my brain gets stuck in the same patterns of doing the same thing I've normally done, right? So that means I just continue. Like I feel like I'd be letting my viewers down if I don't like get a weapons only video out. Although the weapons only, I can tell you, I'm probably gonna start doing like more. I've had an account review video like that I haven't edited for like 3 weeks. I will hopefully have it up probably next weekend is my guess, because I think there's a good chance instead of, I don't know, I might still release a weapons only video next week, I don't know. Tomorrow, weapons only video for the Wishing for Key of Conscience is coming out, and then after that one, I don't know what I have specifically planned, because weapons only is in the state of like just getting slow improvements now, which, oh well. So it's hard to make content on that right now. And I'll probably do more account review stuff. I've been intending to, but it's just like my priority is doing the other things like weapons only and doing. Oh, great! Gonna follow along with this for a little bit, rather than working on stuff that's not my normal content, right? So it tends to like fall to the wayside as far as my priorities go. I will have more account review stuff soon. So many artifacts and people to level up, upgrade, and stuff like that. I just don't have enough stuff, no enchantment crystals. Yeah, I really hate the middling issue of like weapons only. The annoying thing about like weapons only, right, is like the issue of like not knowing what to level up when you first start playing Genshin is not as much of an issue, because the general advice would be my advice to any new players of the game would be just level up whoever you're having fun playing, right? Level up and invest in whoever you're having fun playing, right? And you're kind of good. Worry about all the technical things once you gain more knowledge in the game later and what the best thing to do is, right? You can always invest in Xingqiu later if you don't enjoy playing him now, kind of thing, right? Weapons only being that I know like the smart things to invest into, and I have a wide breadth of things, including weapons and a bunch of characters that I want to invest into, and different things I want to try, but all of it requires, artifact farming, talent leveling, heroes' wits, weapon materials, all this crap that I don't have. It's just like, just sucks that it takes so much. Oh, oh my god. I was talking. I thought this was an escort the balloon mission. I thought it was an escort mission. Whoops. So, anyways. I was ignoring my chat, also saying destroy the balloon. I'm sorry. I got talking and I stopped paying attention to anything. So yeah. Oh god, that was great. Okay. That was a oblivious streamer moment. Anyways. Did anyone say if they wanted me to watch the Vars video? I can watch it live on stream if you want. We can have some good old React content. But if people don't care, I'm not going to do that. Tomorrow's stream probably is going to be a Abyss video, probably mostly on this account. I believe the Aeon Blight Drake is in the next Abyss cycle, which we'll see. We'll see how that goes in this account. Alright, let's go to Emblem. This is not the right area. OMG, he shaved. I did shave. I also did a terrible job at shaving today. You probably can't tell, but like, I cut myself like here, and here. I don't normally do that terribly of a job at shaving, but accidentally cutting myself is definitely like, I've shaved for years. You would think I would cut myself not that often, but I still do on occasion, and it's annoying. To be clear, it doesn't like bleed profusely or anything. It's just like it bleeds for a minor amount for a few minutes, and it doesn't even hurt usually because of razors. But you would like it, all right. I mean, if people's are down, I'll do that. I'll react to the Vars video, I guess, after weapons only. So you can stick around for it. For those that want to see that, you can stick around for it. For those that don't, you don't have to. Well, at least get weapons only done before we do anything. Oh, hello. Alright, if I do this correctly, this dude's shield will get shredded off really quickly. And I don't have to do a second rotation here, but oh well. I didn't crit. Please? Yeah, there we go. Oh, I also got, well, okay. This is not necessarily an upgrade for Hu Tao. So before my Hu Tao had like 80% crit rate, which like having that EV... Ooh. I think my voice cracked a little bit there. Before my Hu Tao had like an even 80% crit rate, and then like 233% crit damage. So I gained like 1% crit damage and lost a couple percent crit rate in exchange for an artifact that gives her a little bit more HP, which puts her at like this really. And this is the main reason I stuck to this build. She's at 34,344 HP, which honestly I'd prefer if it was like 34,343. Like 34343 would have been perfect, but I don't even know if it's possible to do that. So point is, I switched her her flower to this one, right? It rolled. She used to have this one, which had a slightly higher crit value, right? So this one has like 1% more crit damage and a little bit less crit rate, but has 2 HP percent rolls, right? So it gives her a bigger, I see bigger damage, like a bigger damage number with that artifact than the previous one, and slightly less average damage. So I think it basically evens out, essentially. It's basically a side grade as far as average damage goes, but it makes her HP of that perfect, like 34,344, which is just fantastic. Nice. So, you know, should probably record artifacts just in case I get anything good. Like this artifact. Wow. Do you need help for weapons only? Probably not. Well, I don't know. We might do call-up. We'll see. No promises. You got to 11-3 in Abyss. 5 stars, so hard at low level, but can't wait for reset. Yeah, the Wii Nut sucks. I'm sick of the Wii Nut. It was fun to deal with on weapons only, or on polearms only once, and then he got annoying. he's just annoying to optimize against, because he's just like so obviously designed to just waste your time, and I don't know, it's just emblematic of MiHoYo's like terrible Abyss design in general, in my opinion, and their refusal to like do combat challenges that aren't just time-based challenges that are made to make you wish more. So, anyways, yeah, I know my Hu Tao is low on EM, but I actually don't need EM on my Hu Tao. Like, she doesn't get 0 value out of it. Like this team, for example, she has reacting occasionally, like a decent amount. She doesn't get no value out of EM. I mean, it's EM crit rate, I'll take it. She doesn't get 0 value out of EM, so like it's not bad to have more EM. And if I'm going for biggest Hu Tao charge attack, obviously I'd still want like an EM timepiece or something. Like realistically, if I wanted to maximize my Hu Tao's damage, I would switch to. I think I have one. I thought I had an EM. Maybe I leveled it up at some point and it rolled poorly and I threw it away. Or do I have it leveled up and I just forgot? Oh, I do. I do have this one. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this didn't roll very well for Hu Tao, I guess. But, right. So I had an EM piece that had, like, better stats than this for Hu Tao. It could be a damage upgrade, kind of, as far as, like, charge attack damage goes. But, realistically, if I'm playing Hu Tao properly, most of her charge attacks are not getting a lot of reactions. Unless I'm trying to specifically get a bunch of reactions, so it's like not really worth speccing into. And she kills things fine. Mind showing your Hu Tao's goblet and hat? Oh yeah, sure. My Hu Tao's honestly kind of cracked in this account. As far as like overall, ignoring the EM, which again, as I just said. Okay, sure. That's what I need. Another Shimenawa's Hydro Crit Goblet. Just so this could be a worse variant. The funny thing is, I already got like another. There's a in the past. I don't know if I made a video on this. I know I posted it in my Discord, but I got a like 35 crit value Hydro Goblet on Shimenawa's that I fed into another piece because I couldn't imagine a situation and it rolled heavily into crit damage. It rolled like 30% crit damage and like it had like 2 crit rate or something, right? So it had like 35 crit value with like 28, 29 crit damage or something like that. And I fed it into another piece because I couldn't envision ever needing a 35 crit value piece that had heavy crit damage when I had this piece that had more crit damage, right? I would have kept it if it had heavy crit rate because there's situations where I might need heavy crit rate versus heavy crit damage, but I don't need 2 Shimenawa Hydro Goblets on this account with only 1 Hydro character that both have heavy crit damage, one just is worse than the other. So it was a funny situation of like I threw away a goblet that by all means should have been useful, would normally be useful on the vast majority of accounts, but on my account was not useful. And that one is probably the same story. But I'll still lock it on principle. But yeah, I'll nice. Okay. You might say, wow, that's an onset Electro Goblet with double crit. It is indeed. My Raiden does not use Emblem. And the thing is, when I do an Emblem build on Raiden on this account, I like am a hybrid Raiden, which would probably not use an Electro Goblet. She would probably use a EM Goblet. So like my dream goblet on Emblem is actually, oh, I just reached friendship level 10 on Hu Tao. Yeah, cool. That's nice. My what was I saying? My Raiden will probably not use that goblet, but I'll obviously keep it and level it up. I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain about it. But my dream goblet, like, I would have been over the frickin' moon if this was EM. Electro, like in this account specifically, even for Raiden, even I would have preferred an EM goblet. I am not even lying. The reason being is because on my Goofy Doodles hybrid build on Raiden with full EM Staff of Scarlet Sands build is what I would want that for. So my dream Emblem Goblet is actually EM, crit damage, crit rate, attack percent, and ER. So, but anyways, who knows? This could theoretically be used on Emblem Raiden. I'm not going to complain about having a good piece for a traditional Raiden build. Like it's fine. It's a fine option to have. So, actually, you know what? Before, how many defense percent circlets do I have on Emblem? Defense, double crit, HP, healing bonus. Oh, that's actually the first defense circlet I think I have. Wow, that's the first double crit defense circlet. What a world! That's a surprise. All right, do I have anything else to level up? I don't really care about the Hydro Goblet. Whatever. I don't think I got anything else, right? Just making sure. Garbage. I'll lock it, but like I'm not gonna level this up anytime soon. Only reason I'm locking it is because like that could still be an upgrade for Xiangling, right? Because Xiangling really mostly cares about crit stats and ER on this account rather than EM or anything. Attack percent is fine. So like there's a world where that is a piece that's an upgrade for Xiangling, but let's be real, probably not. Alright, cool. Let's try the Electro Goblet. I am not going to complain about getting a decent Electro Goblet, but my Electro Goblet situation in this account is really weird. Oh yeah, before I forget, freaking Hu Tao. So my Hu Tao's kind of cracked. So this is my goblet. Yes, obviously a cracked goblet. I got this a long time ago. And then her tiny piece is definitely her worst piece. Maybe I'll get a better one someday. This one is the one I talked about before. It's pretty decent. It was an upgrade. I got this relatively recently too. It was pretty good. I also have this piece for her, which, again, if I'm going for the biggest damage, this actually is like more damage than this piece, but this is an overall better balance of stats that I like it more. And then her circlet is really good. So, yeah, it's a really, really cracked Hu Tao, honestly. Like, the ER is a little bit of dead stats there, right? ER, a little bit of a dead stat, a little bit of a dead stat in the flat HP, but still does something. This obviously has, the attack percent does something, but it's not amazing. defense percent death stat, and then and like yeah, I could optimize things. Like this should be, if this was HP, that would be better. And if this was higher rolls into crit rate, right? And this was EM, this would be better. Obviously, if this was better, and then if this had another crit roll instead of an ER roll, or an HP roll instead of an ER roll. But like, we're talking very, very minor improvements for my Hu Tao at this point. And the only realistic thing that can improve is just her timepiece. So, anyways, as far as that goblet goes, where did it go? Let's see. What do we want here? We want defense. Cool. All right. Oh yeah, my electro goblet situation is weird in this account. So I don't have it in. I have 74 emblem artifacts right now. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. All switch to electro damage bonus. So I have this onset goblet on Sino. I recently got this electro goblet, which is cracked, obviously. This is like a 45 CV plus an EM roll on electro goblet, right? Obviously better as far as crit value. Could be really, really good for Sino. But because it's an onset electro goblet with very high stat value, it's really hard to justify using this over this piece right now on Sino. So I'm trying to work towards slowly, like through Strongbox, to try to get like an onset timepiece for Sino, and then I can justify using this on Sino. But I also have this, so I have this freaking piece too. So like electro goblets love me, and the only electro character I use is on Sino, or Sino realistically most of the time, because Raiden's using a hybrid bloom. So, point is, there is situations, for example, I oftentimes would actually theoretically would want Raiden on, if I use Raiden for energy batterying on Sino, I'd want Raiden on a traditional emblem build. And this could actually be really good for this. So, I will not complain about an onset goblet for Raiden. It would be nice. Especially if it rolls entirely defense. Getting slightly less nice. Oh boy. Okay, a max roll crit rate. Alright, we recovering. C2 Raiden is, by the way, the most likely constellation we'll ever go for, which means this goblet could increase in value, even with C2 Raiden. Nice. I always hate when onset goblets roll mid, because even a mid onset goblet is a good goblet, to be clear. It's just like I'm gonna keep it, and I'm even gonna level it to 20 here, I think, because it can still be quite good. The best way you can think about that, right, is like the value of an onset goblet is how good of an off piece will it enable. And with my account, right, I've shown a smattering of artifacts that are like potentially really good. If it enables doing a really good off piece, it's good, right? So it's just sad when like, because the dream, of course, is having an onset goblet that does not compromise much for stats. But this is a weird situation of it's a onset goblet that does compromise a bit for stats. But let's see the last roll. Cool. Okay. Well, now I'm probably throwing this in the trash. I don't know. It sucks. It sucks, right? We got one freaking crit rate roll. And it's like, it's a 20 CV onset goblet. It still has value. I want to be very clear. You should probably not throw this away. In this situation on my account, right, like if I don't know, man. Like, let's look at putting Raiden on like a full traditional emblem build, right? We'll put Engulfing Lightning on her, and then we're gonna F up all my artifacts. We're gonna put the best emblem pieces I have. It's a 27, probably this piece. Yeah, we're basically just gonna steal Xiangling's artifacts. An energy recharge piece, probably that piece. Yeah, probably this piece, right? And then this is an onset goblet. So we're going to test, right? Onset goblet with an off-piece circlet on like a traditional Raiden build. What's the best circlet I can give her? Probably this one, I think. Right? So there we go. This 4-piece emblem, traditional Raiden build, right? 1k defense, please ignore that. 67, 125, 258. She has a bit more ER than she actually needs. That's fine. Theoretically, I could actually get away with an attack percent timepiece, I think, in this build. I don't have an attack percent timepiece that's leveled up, though. So, reason being is because Raiden on 4-piece emblem with Engulfing Lightning, her ER needs to go down a bit because she gets ER from her weapon. So it goes down to like 230 ER, which means I could feasibly, if I have like an attack percent timepiece with like a couple ER rolls, right? I could feasibly use an attack percent timepiece, but don't have it right now. So anyways, that's like with the onset goblet, right? It's like this is a better build than I had before for a full emblem build on Raiden, I would say, because of that onset goblet, and therefore it has value. But at the same time, I also haven't tried doing it with this new circlet that I literally got yesterday. So if I switch back to this, if I switch to this circlet and then do this cracked AF goblet, I think this is better. It's slightly less crit damage, but more crit rate and more ER. And ER is contributing to damage with extra attack with Engulfing Lightning, right? So, and notably, by the way, her attack isn't reflected properly. She's not in my party, I don't think. I don't think the Engulfing passive shows up, does it? We'll see. I'm not sure if it does. I'm actually not sure.
Stay close and you...
Yeah, it does not. So I have 1800 attack, and that would still go slightly up with Engulfing, right? Like, it's not a perfect build, to be clear, especially with this circlet, right? But this build right now, especially if I was with this circlet with a bunch of ER, right? If I switch to an off-piece timepiece, I lose 50 ER. That puts me down to 220. So I'll need like an extra ER line or two, which can be gotten in either a flower or a feather if I get a better like feather in the future, right? Get like a feather with 1 ER roll, get an attack percent timepiece with 1 ER roll, and this is actually like and then this is looking like a pretty cracked Raiden emblem build, right? So this is better in my opinion, substantially better, particularly because like the bonus ER isn't bad to have with Engulfing because it gives you attack, right? And the 4-piece emblem too, right? So that's why onset goblets rolling mid suck, is because instead of it being like, yeah, this should definitely be an upgrade, it's just like, like it might be useful still, but like at the same time, I am probably going to feed this into something else. I think I don't think it rolled well enough. If it had one more crit roll, I think I would for sure keep it. But oh well, is what it is. Let's put her back on her best artifacts. All right, here we go. Fixed. I tried DPS build with Sino's weapon. I mean, I've done that plenty of times before. If you want to see Sino, I will almost assuredly use him tomorrow in Abyss. So, I don't want to get too off track. Well, I mean, off track. This whole stream is off track. But I want to... We'll do stuff with... We're going to do plenty of combat stuff in Polearms only tomorrow. Is my point. Maybe even with Raiden on that DPS build. So, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I should have left around those artifacts instead of switching her back, but whatever. Already switched her back. I'm not going to switch her again. It's just sad. Sad when you get an onset goblin and it rolls so mid. It's just annoying, right? Onset goblins roll well and they're like, yeah, sweet. But every time I get an onset goblin, it's always just like, it rolls mid. It's just sadness. It's just sadness. Because they can be upgrades still. Like, don't throw away onset goblins. It's just because I don't know. If my I also didn't consider, by the way, I didn't consider. I'll look at this. I'm not going to bother switching artifacts. I forgot to consider the fact that I could go to this circlet, and then I can go an attack percent timepiece with this on-set goblet. That actually might be a consideration that could actually make this goblet, or not that goblet, this goblet be better than this goblet, right? But I don't think I have an attack percent circlet with ER, like a good one. I mean, I have this one, but like, no. This one, but it's on Shao. No. 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 That's decent, but yeah, I don't have a good attack percent circle with ER. So it could enable something in the future. Like, it could still be a good goblet that is could be better. But the fact that it's competing with a 40 CV goblet is anyone know if the new artifact set are going to the Abyss instead of Flop and Scars set? It probably is, yeah, most likely. Are we done on this account? I think we might be done on this account. We'll do plenty of this account tomorrow if you want to see more of this account, though. Yeah, I think we're done, right? I farmed. This is my brain working in live action. Like, did I do all the things I need to do? I don't know. I think so. I think we're good. I don't think I need to go there. Alright, let's go to weapons only quick, and then I'll react to the Vars video. That is the wrong thing. You want Crimson Witch from Abyss? Yeah. I wish those boxes let you choose. Those Abyss boxes for the artifacts would be so much better if you could choose which artifacts you get from them. Saw your Oldies Only video. What are you planning moving forward to it? Well, in the unknown, you should watch the beginning of the stream. To summarize, and this is kind of why I titled the stream this way, having multiple Genshin accounts sucks, and if I'm going to justify putting a lot of time into yet another Genshin account, I would have wanted Oldies Only's first video to perform better than it has. I'm still going to do at least one more video on Oldies Only, and that is primarily probably going to be like a grinding and wishing video for Nahida. And if that video doesn't do very well, then I'm not going to invest a ton of time into it, right? I'd rather try to invest more time and diversify my content, working more on doing different account review stuff, doing, you know, the videos like my 100,000 bloom damage Nilu video that I intend on making, which is going to be scripted in nature and takes more time because I have to like write a script for it and do voiceover for it. I need to switch a weapon. This is a spoiler one, so you know, switch that weapon. There we go. All right, spoilers avoided. There we go. No, I just have to make sure not to show the weapon screen. If you're interested in what weapon I got, is it Thousand Floating Dreams, or is it Key of Caution Suit? You're gonna have to watch the video tomorrow, which I haven't even edited yet. Oh boy, I need to stop editing videos on Saturday. I always end up staying up very late editing videos on Saturday. Anyway, whatever. So as far as Oldies Only goes, there'll be at least one more video on it. We'll see. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, I need views, as many views as possible, but like, if it's doing way worse than like my weapons only, like the first few videos of a new series, always will start like decent, and then they'll just like trickle down. You can see it with my weapons only videos. Look at the first episode compared to how many views the following episodes got, right? There's a sharp fall off usually from the first episode, and then it kind of trickles down, and occasional little bumps up depending on like particular videos. Like my one that I thumbnail titled, sure, we'll do multiplayer, why not? The one that I thumbnail titled, like, I made a mistake, you guys were right all along, did like 30,000 views, right? There's ones that did really well, but like, if the first episode of Oldies Only doesn't even get like as many views as one random weapons only video did, what is the point in spending hours and hours and hours in this game doing another account? Like, there's not, unfortunately. So I would like to, because I genuinely think Oldies Only seems like it'd be really fun. Personally, I think it could be a lot of fun. I would love to continue with Oldies Only. I'd much rather continue with Oldies Only than the stupidity that is Weapons Only. But if people want to see Weapons Only and don't care about Oldies Only, why would I spend all my time on Oldies Only? Right. So, and 4 accounts is a lot. And my intention, if Oldies Only did well, would be to, you know, I would be like putting Weapons Only a little bit on the back burner, because I can't spend 8 hours a week grinding, you know, Weapons Only like I have been recently. If I am making another new account, right? It's just impossible. So the first Weapons Only hit 100K. Yeah, I know it did. It did very well. To be clear, I'm not saying I needed what Oldies Only should do 100K, but like right now it is not on track to get anywhere even close. Like I would be surprised if it gets much more than 10,000, which is nothing for like the first episode of the series could have gotten. And I could have made a better thumbnail, and I might try changing the thumbnail, might try changing the title a little bit. Sometimes I can give it a boost in the algorithm, that can give it the kick in the pants it needs or whatever, right? I'm able to improve the situation, but like at the same time, I'm also not that sad, and I said this earlier in the stream, I'm not that sad to not have to stress about playing another Genshin account. I think I would rather try to continue to diversify my YouTube content than I just made than do more like challenge accounts. It just takes too long, unfortunately. It just takes too long. I would love to do more challenge accounts, but this game just takes too long. There's no skip dialogue option, right? If I could speed through the story in 4 hours instead of 30, might be a different story. Do just focus on yourself more. Don't make too many accounts. Yes, that's my point. That's why I'm talking about it again, because I'm just saying, like, I apologize for those that might want to that are looking forward to it. Because I know there's going to be some people that, you know, despite the fact that it hasn't gotten any views, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people that like would have looked forward to it. Where am I? Over here. But yeah, oh well, is what it is. I think people will understand. I'm not that worried about it. It's just like, I apologize. It's not my intention to try to like bait you into thinking I'm going to do a long running series and then cancel it right away. I'm not intending to cancel it right now, but the second video for it is going to be the real test. Like, if the wishing video does really well, it could garner enough attention to it to justify the time, right? Invested in it, right? Problem is every challenge account just becomes an artifact grind. Indeed it does. Weapons Only is at the point where, like, the things I think I need to do right now is, like, you know, ascend, yeah, or no, yeah, I already ascended. I need to, like, get Xiangling to her next ascension, get Xingqiu to his next ascension, get Heizo to his next ascension, you know, and get Xiangling's weapon leveled up, and all the things, right? I need to invest in leveling weapons, invest in level talents, ascending characters. That's all slow things, like all those things combined together, like that, those things that combine together probably takes a month. If I want to, like, get Heizo's talents to level 8, I want to get Xiangling up ascended and let the level 8. I want to get Xingqiu ascended. What's happening? Oh, this is the thing where Bennett and Fischl show up. I forgot. I forgot they don't have voice lines here too, which is weird. But anyways, yeah. The Weapons Only is already in the slow grind point anyway, so it wouldn't be the end of the world, right? I don't have to I don't have to grind for an upcoming weapon banner right now, so we're fine. That's part of why I was comfortable spending the time doing Oldies Only this week. But again, it's just as far as like moving forward goes. If people ain't watching it relative to how the people watching Weapons Only or even Polearms Only, why spend the time on it? It's just a practicality thing, unfortunately, and my time is better spent trying to make other content that you guys might enjoy, or hopefully would enjoy, than an account that has some fun potential that I would like to do, but it's just not worth the insane time investment for. You had a normal alt account, it was so boring that you quit after a month of 5-hour plus day grinding. Yeah. I don't think, like, the biggest problem with, like, Weapons Only is that it's mostly a normal account, just, like, worse. Like, I'm surprised as many people like weapons only as they do. But I guess the gimmick sells it. The gimmick of wishing only on weapon banner is enough of a sell to make people watch. But it's terrible. I don't recommend it. It's basically just normal Genshin, but worse. It has all the normal Genshin problems, but worse. And none of the fun. Polearms only is so fun. Doing like any like only of weapon types, limiting your character specifically to a small subset is so much more fun for challenge videos or a challenge account in general. If like you wanted to start a secondary account for some reason, if you're insane and don't value your time, then you know, don't do something like weapons only is my recommendation. Do something like polearms only, bows only, swords only, oldies only. It's probably more fun on a personal level, in my opinion. Ow. You watch all my videos, sometimes you miss streams and they're all great. That's all good. I don't expect everyone to watch all the streams. Streams are meant as like random... My intention with the streams is mostly for them to be random content. If you know, you're bored, and you like listening to me, my voice, and me ramble about random BS, whether it be Genshin or otherwise, they're there for that. And also that there is like a measure of progress on the account and the accounts I'm playing on. Like much of the progression of polearms only is shown in live streams rather than edited videos, right? So I've done a better job at showing the progression of weapons only and through edited videos. So the live streams, I don't want people to feel super necessary to watch. They're just like bonus content, is my opinion on it. But anyways, appreciate the support. Appreciate all yous watching live. Should have made your standard banner account a video series. Lost opportunity. Yeah, exactly. Have you tried playing story games like Omori or horror games? I am planning on... Well, okay, so there's... Are we done? We're done with dailies, right? No. There's another one. Where's the other one? Oh, over here. Okay. I am planning on doing at least a little bit of Honkai Star Rail, right? I don't know if I'll like it. The video will probably be titled... My intention would probably be have it out. We'll probably do a stream, most likely, when Star Rail comes out. And then I'll probably have an edited video that will be something along the lines of, you know, Skeptic tries the newest gacha game from Hoyo or something. I don't know what title I haven't decided. Work in progress. And it'll mostly just be a critique, like... The reason I'm skeptical about Star Rail, by the way, is my skepticism towards gacha in general, because I think gacha as a monetization system, at least how I've seen MiHoYo do it, is not a selling point for a game. I've seen many people that are like into gacha, like they treat it as a genre, but it's like it's a monetization scheme, not a genre. But the bigger problem is like I don't know how gacha at all even like makes the format of Star Rail fun. So I feel like not having an open world, like a big part of the selling point of gacha for something like Genshin and why it works for me is because of the fact like they have new characters that are constantly coming out. Right? Okay, I guess we don't need to go back over there. They got new characters that constantly come out, and I can like use these characters in overworld. I can just vibe and explore around in a game for hours on end in this freaking game. And like in Star Rail, like it's the turn-based game that has like an open area, but it's not like an open world exploration game, right? Like the selling point of the value of a character when I can't just like vibe around in the world and walk around with them is like way lower to me. Like it makes the gacha aspect just even worse, right? So I don't know. I'll play Star Rail. I'm a skeptic for it, both because like I'm not necessarily inclined. Turn-based combat games. I mean, I grew up in Pokemon. I'm not like averse to turn-based combat. I'm gonna kick you guys out of co-op, so I can claim my dailies. By the way, I'm not averse to turn-based co-op or turn-based games, but it's not something that particularly attracts me. If that makes sense. And then the gacha on top of it, right? So I'm a skeptic of both the fact that like it's not really a selling point to be turn-based, and it's an anti-selling point to be gacha. And I don't understand how gacha could be added and like just not make the turn-based game worse than it would make it better. So, I don't know. Yeah, art style looks cool. I'm sure like on a visual level it'll probably be pretty good. I'm sure there's some things that'll impress me. It'll impress me if there's a skip button, but it'll just piss me off if there's a skip button in Star Rail and there's no skip button in Genshin. Anyways, you might honestly just do Honkai Star Rail for free story and not bother grinding. Yeah. Most gotchas have more power creep. Oh yeah, I'm aware. But yeah. Anyways, thank you, Meow, Vicky, and I forgot who else joined because you already left. But thank you for joining. Co-op. So yeah, I don't think I'll play Honkai long term. I already do have an idea for Tears of the Kingdom I plan on playing on the channel, by the way. So, which Tears of the Kingdom will probably be my main test. I think I have actually. Okay, before I do that, what am I spending my resin on? Let's see. So I have. Oh, you didn't see that. You didn't see that. It defaulted to the weapon screen. Do not go back and look what weapon that is. A spoiler. I have 4 condensed resin. I have my transient resin still. Ah, frick. Okay, also my primo gems. Sadness. I need more. Anyways, point is, I think I need to farm. Oh, man, what do I pick? What do I pick? I think I want to farm per character first. So let's. I mean, I want to ascend Xiangling. I want to ascend Xingqiu, and I want to ascend Heizo past level 70. I think Xingqiu is the one that gives the most obvious direct value right away. Well, Xiangling does too. We're gonna spend 80 resin on Xingqiu's boss, 80 resin on Xiangling's boss, and then we're gonna use our transient resin. We'll farm Devalin and the Wolf. And then my condensed resin we'll use on Emblem, I guess. Actually, wait. What about talent domains? What do I need for these? I can farm that. Okay. What? How many do I have left? How many of the teachings of gold? Okay. I'll check how many I have. And then yours is not today because you're also Liyue, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go see how many I have, the gold tier ones. God damn it. Didn't you wish on stream for it, though? I did, but it's meant to be a secret, Sylveon. Oh, still watch the video, though. I promise the video will still be entertaining, because I got really salty. I had the door open in case the cat wanted to come in, but there's people talking now. I got really salty. It'll still be an entertaining video. Even if you've been spoiled. My apologies. What was I checking? Oh yeah, things of gold. Philosophies of gold. I have 2, and I have 6 of these, so that's functionally 4 golds, which is enough to get his skill. Yeah, let's farm a little bit of these, actually. You know what? We'll use our condensed resin farming these, and then we probably don't need to worry about it, because we'll level up Xingqiu's skill and burst to 8. It would be the intention. Hopefully the condensed resin we spend today will give us enough of these that we don't need to level them anymore for a while. Yeah, so that's the plan. We're going to spend this resin on the domain for Xingqiu, and then we're going to farm 2 of Xingqiu's boss, 2 of Xiangling's boss, and then weekly bosses a little bit. Alright, all the resin. Essence Luna stands for salty. It does indeed. What are my thoughts on Honkai Impact 3rd? It seems to have an interesting story, but like, I don't know. Again, gacha game, and it's been running for a while, so like, my interest in it is very low because it's been running for a while. Honkai Star Rail being that starting now, I'm more interested in. So, an A for Asmer, yes. I got, yeah, remember to do things, brain. Let's do this. I think I'm going to fight the bosses not in co-op, because co-op will probably make the bosses slower. Why is the compass for exploring a 30-second cooldown? I know, it's annoying. I rarely use them because of that. I need more ore. How much do I have left? 527? Most of that is going to be put towards the weapon that we got. Although, how much does it take to level Xiangling's weapon up to 90? A lot. I want to level this to 90 because, like, our Xiangling is very heavy in attack percent stats. Like, she has, like, 50% in attack percent in substats, like a ridiculous amount. So she gains potentially a lot of value, actually, from leveling this to 90. Like, she has so many attack percent substats that probably makes Skyward Spine better than, for this specific Xiangling build, better than the Catch, which is simultaneously sad because it's a 5-star weapon, but also simultaneously an upside. Because it means I don't have to farm for the Catch. Also, I'm not going to farm for the Catch because it's not the goal of the account. The goal of this account is for 5-star weapons, not for cracked free weapons. You've only used Compass once. I've used it more than just once. Alright, let's go. Pyro Reg is fine. Didn't see anything in fact as soon as it appeared, as someone became blind and to change to a different screen. I mean, I had it very briefly visible. I as soon as I pressed B, I was like, oh crap, is this gonna, as soon as I pressed B, I was like, oh no, was the last screen I was on the weapon screen? And it was. Ugh. Annoying. Oh well. Not my fault, I blame Genshin. Alright, we're gonna farm this. I'll let people in co-op again, by the way, if you want to try joining in co-op. I'm just gonna do the bosses real quick, and then I'll let people. Well, I'll also do Dvalin, I guess, on my own because I have to. And then I'll let people in co-op first to do the Wolfie, and then farming the talent domains.
Witness the power of Kazuha. Stay put. Our bond is strong.
I don't know why I waited so long to press that. Yay, have a Bloom Gober. No 5-star effect. Boo. Can't I technically pull for Raiden since she has a sword? If you're talking about... Wait, what are we talking about? Iron Shell Mew? I'm on weapons only right now, so I don't pull for any limited characters. I only pull in the weapon banner in this account. On my polearm only account, I did pull for Raiden. I considered not using Raiden's burst for the meme reasons of because when she uses her burst, she uses a sword. But I think most people in my community at the time when Raiden came out thought that would be stupid. But then, joke's on them, I end up mostly using Raiden with her E, and that's it anyways on polearms only. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's a flavor win that Raiden's forever on Hyper Bloom. But yes, people had brought up the point that Raiden uses a sword in her burst before, but because her weapon type is polearm, basically everyone agrees it'd be a little bit silly to not use her burst. I hate this boss that, like this boss is annoying because of all the dialogue, but then, like, it's so time-wasting, but then it also spawns at different sides in the arena, and it's just annoying. Why is everything about this person annoying? Shape of water is water. It fills volume. Who knew? I want the Hydro Archon. By the way, I think the Hydro Archon might be one of the... The Hydro Archon is either going to be a massive disappointment or one of the most broken characters in the game. There's... It's the most useful element for enabling different things, and there's definitely empty design space for, like, useful Hydro units in this game. So I have high hopes for the Hydro unit, but boy will I be disappointed if Mahoya bungas up the Hydro unit, because the Hydro Archon, it means to say the Hydro unit. So I'm looking forward to the Hydro Archon. We'll see though, we'll see. It's an Archon, so they'll probably be... It's more likely they're going to be cracked than they will be broken. Ow. Don't kill me. Tank this, please. Okay, we're fine. Oh, I should probably use Shincho's skill to tank some damage. Well, I mean, she is a weapon, so wouldn't you be able to use her? Oh, that's what you meant, Iron Shell. Okay, that's... If... The main rule of weapons only is that we only wish on weapon banner. But at the same time, it would be really funny to allow Raiden on weapons only, specifically because, like, the funny part, like, you're right. You're actually, I've never thought about it before, but, like, Raiden's consciousness is, like, trapped in her sword, right? Like, that's her whole thing. So, like, technically, Raiden is a weapon. I don't have a good argument against it, and it would be really funny. Can you give me 5-star artifacts, please? Or 3 drops? Like, either or. I hate world level 7. It's the freaking worst world level. Anyways, whatever. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Would Raiden be allowed? I don't know. I don't know, chat. What? Is Raiden allowed? Like, on a lore level, is Raiden allowed on weapons only? Oh, it's not right page. Like, on a lore level, Raiden has her consciousness trapped in a sword. She is a sword. She's just a physical manifestation of a conscious sword. Right? She's a physical manifestation of a sword. So, if she is a sword, she's allowed to be used. Right? Right? I'm not gonna say no right now to wishing for Raiden on weapons only for that reason. But I think it's against the rule. It's definitely against the rules when I've specifically stated the rules of weapons only is that we only wish on weapon. And it's kind of the point of the account. So I'm not going to do it, I don't think. Also, I think my chat died again. I'm seeing it update in my OBS preview, but not in the window. There we go. Okay, yeah, most people agree. But the issue is honestly more than anything the fact that if we wish on character banner, we now don't have wishes for weapons, and the main end goal of weapons only is clearing, right, with just 5-star weapons, right? Every character has to have a 5-star weapon, and we got to clear Abyss with it, right? That's the main end goal for the account. It would be really funny to wish for Raiden, I think, as like an ending thing. So, I don't know. It depends on the progress of the account when like Raiden next runs. If Raiden, you know, could get a rerun this summer, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And if Raiden gets a rerun this summer, we probably are not going to be at a state in the account where like we can justify doing that. But I don't know, maybe. It might be something I do for the meme of it, just because it's hilarious. So thank you for the suggestion. I'm not going to promise anything, but it is hilarious. So, since in Undertale your first weapon is a stick, sticks are weapons. Exactly. Nahida was a stick, so Nahida's allowed as a weapon. Alright, now I think we might be stretching. Nahida used to be a weapon. But she's not anymore. So I don't think Nahida's allowed. Alright, let's go back to here. But yeah, I would do it for the meme and just for the meme content video. The problem is I just like... I'm not gonna whale on this account, because... No. And I don't even... And I said I was never gonna spend any money on this account, so I'm not gonna spend any money on this account. So outside of people themselves spending money on my account, which I can't control... I mean, I could control by hiding the UID, but... again, don't. Please don't. If you want to send money to me, please donate to me. I appreciate that vastly more than donating to the account. But... if that happened, then, you know, maybe if anyone does a surprise Welkin again, or a surprise whatever Genesis Crystal Dono, I'll put that towards meme funds of pulling for Raiden. Otherwise, I doubt we're gonna have enough to wish for it. Or maybe like after I complete the end goal, weapons only, I'll play on dailies until like the next. I'll do my dailies and whatever until the next Raiden rerun, and then I'll wish for Raiden on the next Raiden rerun as a joke way to end the series, maybe. But it depends on how things line up with banners and whatever, right? Dia is a weapon, yeah. You know, my logic, I can wish for characters on, this is sarcasm, slash a joke, whatever you call it. I can wish for all characters on weapons only, because what is a weapon but a thing that does damage, right? If it inflicts damage to an opponent, that's functionally a weapon. Just like weapons are just tools of people to deal damage, people themselves are tools of society to deal damage and pain to others. So in a sense, all people are weapons. Therefore, I can wish for all characters. There you go. Like, you can logic argument your way into like anything. So, to be clear, yeah, joke. I'm not going to do that, right? And that's why like I'm not going to officially allow Raiden, because again, the rule specifically, the point of the account is wishing only a weapon banner. That's the point of the account, and therefore wishing for a character is breaking the main point of the account. But as a meme way to end off the account, maybe. That's what I'll say.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Weapon is a social construct. I mean, everything is a social construct. Well, everything that is a word, at least, is a social construct. There's... actually, no. No, everything can be argued as a social construct. You can argue... I can definitely argue that. There's still a bird alive. Can you die, please? You are annoying, sir. Shao sees himself as but a mere weapon and nothing more. Exactly. Shao is allowed. Ganyu's butt was the best weapon. Yeah. See, Ganyu's butt is allowed, but Ganyu is not. Perfect. Perfect. That's how we make weapons only better. Let's make it even more confusing by changing the rules again. Oh, God. To be clear, the problem with weapons only is not fixed by having more things to wish for. I don't need more things to wish for. No. Shing shows skill here.
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also.
The real weapons with the friends we met along the way. I don't know. Oh, Sylveon is here. Sylveon a couple streams ago. There were not many people watching the stream when I was streaming a few days ago for the start of 3.6. I think it was on Wednesday, Tuesday. I don't know. Made an S tier suggestion, by the way, which I'm not gonna guarantee do this, but there's a very good chance I do this. And the joke I made is that, you know, the real 5-star weapons, the real 5-star weapons are the favs we got along the way. Like, fav weapons are better than most 5-star weapons, I would argue. And if you make proper use of them, they are definitely the best weapons in the game. So Sylveon made the S tier suggestion that when I end weapons only, I feed every single 5-star weapon into a fav weapon. Which, my point is that the joke with that is that the real weapons are the fabs that we got along the way. Not the friends we got along the way, the fabs. The real weapons are the fabs. You fell asleep waiting for Nahida? How dare you? That's fine. Ow. Die, please? Thank you. Yoink. Give me a 5-star, please. Artifact, I mean. Yay! And we got 2 drops. And... I mean, I don't know. Yeah. It could be useful, maybe. I don't know. I'll lock it just in case. Who knows? It could be okay. All right, I'll let people in co-op now. Wait, no. Sorry, not quite yet. I'm gonna do Dvalin and then let people in co-op because this has to be done in single player. But yeah, so look forward to that. The end of Weapons Only. Oh crap! I just spoiled it again. The end of Weapons Only will be feeding, you know, every single one of my 5-star weapons. Is probably what it's going to be. I'm going to feed every single one of them into fab weapons. It's going to make for a great clip at the very least. The only issue with Weapons Only is that Soul isn't a weapon. Ah, right. You're right. Okay. Here, we can fix that problem. Blam. There we go. I removed myself from the equation. 36-star Abyss with only 5 stars, and then do the exact same thing with Fab right after to prove a point. Oh yeah, I will. But I will potentially do that. The only question is, it's just the resources of having to level up all the Fab weapons and all the 5-star weapons, right? Like, it would definitely probably be doable, but eh. Also, the annoying thing is, like, the builds, like, the artifacts I put on characters are tied and vary based on, like, what weapons I put on characters, right? So, if I put Fab weapons on characters, it changes how I have to balance characters' builds quite a lot, especially if every character has Fab. So, like, that would also be a good meme way to end it off, is to end it with doing a full run of Fab weapons only in the Abyss, just to prove the point. But also, like, making designing builds around a full team of Fab weapons would be annoying. Arguably just as annoying. The real goal is, like, you know, as with everything, the key is balance. You know, everything is balanced as it should be. Thanos is right all along. I should have been able to one-cycle this dude. I just wasn't thinking. You know, everything should be balanced. So, you know, realistically, just be a sane, normal person and use a combination of Fab weapons and whatever other weapons you have. Derp? No, go figure, right? Use your DPS weapons and your Fab weapons. The keyboard is a weapon? True. True. He did damage to me. Whenever you offer the Inazuma statue, you force Raiden to do it, and that's why your Dendro statue is level 1, because your Nahida is guaranteed, and she better go home. Yes, best of luck, Trevor. Entire team has 0 ER requirement. Now get to only offensive stats for everyone. Yeah, exactly. It would actually be a pain in the butt to balance your stats around having Fab weapons and everyone. Like, it's not actually something I'd recommend people do. It would just be for a joke, and I think it would take too much effort for the joke. So I don't know if I'm going to actually do that. But when I have to spend, like, most of the effort of the account around doing the opposite, right? Where I'm balancing builds around more DPS-oriented weapons because of 5-star weapons rather than energy-focused weapons. So having to reverse that and also have artifacts for builds that are the opposite would be just maybe way too much effort for the joke. Maybe, but we'll see. I'll worry about that when I get to that point. Hey, a Dream Solvent, thank you. Sure. I mean, it's an EM with crit. You never know. I don't know who would want that on the scout right now, but I'll take it. I'm not gonna turn it down, I suppose. Ending would be to pull Raiden, then feed all weapons to level 1 Fab weapons. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Welcome, Len. Welcome, Kamishe. At that point, would anyone even need an ER sans if you just stack R5 Fabs on everyone? Probably not. They probably wouldn't be R5 Fabs. Have I ever found any Fabs? Well, at this point, I've given up on not spoiling it. I have 1 non-refined Fab, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't think I refined a single Fab. I have like 8 or 9 Fab weapons, though. Oh, sorry. I was going to let... Wait, Len was already in here. Why was Len requesting again? I have no idea how to say this, but welcome. I would say this. Onk 60 per hour. That's what your name is. Onk 60 per hour. 60 per hour. This is another freaking familiar for the new region, by the way. I don't like the trend of having familiars to explore a region, personally. It's a weird design choice, in my opinion. But let's go fight Wolfie. refining favs is a bad idea. Yeah, I don't recommend refining favs until you get like at least if you have two. I don't know. There's certain favs that like it makes sense to refine, right? Like if you have two fav greatswords, you're probably relatively safe to refine some of your fav greatswords. Fav lance, being that like every single polearm support wants fav lance, probably should not refine your fav lances ever. It's Iceborne. Oh, good to know. That's exactly how I thought that was pronounced. Stuck in a rock. I'm gonna switch to Kuki, I guess. Hazo doesn't exactly do much against the Anemo dog, so Kuki it is. Yeah, having refinements on favs is valuable, but like not as valuable as having multiple favs. So if you have a newish account, don't refine your favs until you have a meaningful stockpile of favs. Like, we are at the point on this account where like some of the weapons I could justify like refining a little bit, but at this point I'm going to keep them all unrefined because I might need them to feed 5-star weapons too in the future. Also, all the edited viewers, all the live viewers or VOD watchers in this video, keep it a secret. Don't tell the edited viewers I'm going to do that. Okay? It's our secret. We want them to be surprised. Like 6 months from now, when I feed all of my weapons in. Ayaka. And a Raiden. All the 5-star weapons. Very, very on flavor for weapons only. You know what? I guess. By the way, we're just gonna switch to key because I already accidentally spoiled it. Screw it. Whatever. I got the key, but just to watch the video, it was way too stressful trying to get this thing. The new region takes 8 hours to finish the side quest. That's brutal. Alright. Wolf is cryo immune. It's just physical Ayaka. Don't worry about it. I hope you don't dash. I hope you don't dash, Kamish. This is gonna go well. Oh, Hutao started attacking. Yay. Hutao is going to do 98% of the damage here. You got key for your Layla. Nice. Rip Raiden. Ooh, a Staff of Scarlet Sands Hutao build. Oh, rip Ayaka. I want to check out this Staff of Scarlet Sands Hutao build. One sad thing about having Staff of Scarlet Sands on polearms only is that Staff of Scarlet Sands, well, like basically Hutao's second best weapon, and in some ways I'd recommend it over Homa, simply for the fact that building enough crit rate on Hutao is a pain in the butt if you have Homa. But Staff of Scarlet Sands gives crit rate, and she ascends with crit damage anyways, so I think Staff of Scarlet Sands on Hutao is an easier way to build Hutao on a normal account, if you're doing normal vaporized things. But you basically need, well, I wouldn't say need, but you probably should have an EM timepiece, of course. So, you probably want one in mini Hutao builds anyways, but it makes more sense with Staff of Scarlet Sands, just like it does with Staff of Homa. You also want an EM timepiece in a normal account, generally speaking. But let's check what Len's build is on their Staff of Scarlet Sands Hutao. It's an interesting weapon for Hutao, right? I think it's in some ways, because of it making Hutao easier to build. I'll lock that, obviously. Another Dream Solvent is nice. I recommend it in some ways more than Staff of Homa, but I also get why you want Staff of Homa, because the main reason you play Hutao is for that big old damage, and rather than necessarily your consistency. The amount of Hutao players that play like 50% crit rate and just like, yeah, that's fine, is weird to me, but you know what? You do you. You do you.
What it really comes down to is whether you are willing to put in the time.
Raiden kind of slays. Inazuma is the
Study and
easiest.
practice, then it's really not all
Inazuma.
that difficult.
Cookie, shut up. Cookie is an annoying. I don't. Cookie is so loud in her voice line for some reason. Is Len on my friends list? I think they are. Check information. Okay, I guess we're not looking at stuff of Scarlet Sands Hu Tao. They only have fires on Showcase. Why? I'll be honest, with DPS Farazan build, I love DPS Farazan. I like it a lot. But, like, also, show the Hu Tao. Don't call out my crit rate, 53 crit rate Hu Tao, exactly. I don't blame you that much, especially if you have Staff of Homa, because, like, my god, you need a lot of crit rate substats. Like, the fact that I have, like, 80% crit rate on my Hu Tao and Poems Only is, like, and is really good. It's a really good Hu Tao build. Like, I have 15 crit rate on my Feather. Or, sorry, alright, I used to have 15 crit. I have, like, 13 crit rate on my Feather. 15 crit rate on my Goblet. Like, that helps a lot. Like... But if, like, oh, you have a really good Goblet, but it's heavy in crit damage for Hu Tao, now you're, like, screwed. It's like you have like a heavy, you have a 30% crit damage, 3.5 crit rate Goblet, Pyro Goblet for Hu Tao, and then Staff of Homa, and a crit rate Circlet. You still need, now you have 3 other artifacts you need to make up, like, 40% crit rate. That's ridiculous. Like, it's a pain in the butt to balance Hu Tao's crit rate stats with Staff of Homa. So, anyways, what are we doing this? Oh yeah, we're doing domain. You don't have Staff of Homa, you have Blackcliff. I mean, same thing. If you're using a crit damage weapon on Hu Tao, because she ascends with crit damage, she already ascends with crit damage. It's really weird that Staff of Homa is not a crit rate weapon, in my opinion. Like, normally their trend is if this character ascends with crit damage, their weapon for DPS characters tends to be, DPS-oriented characters, I should say, tends to be the opposite, right? Yelan ascends with crit rate, has a crit damage weapon. But it's not always the case, so I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. So why did you decide to create a new account before you 36-star Abyss and Weapons Only? Because the progress of Weapons Only is slowing down. And... if I was going to do I had the idea for Oldies Only a little while ago, and if I'm going to do Oldies Only, the only obvious time to do it is at in this current banner period where I can get Nahida and a free character that works in the account, right? Like Farazan is the main 4-star that is definitely allowed on the account. Some others are like arguably allowed. I think Kaya is allowed as well. I forgot about Kaya. What are we doing here? I'll use Hazo, I guess. What? What are we? Sure. I'll buff Ayaka's damage. Your Hu Tao has 69.2 crit rate. Very nice. Never change it. You regret not taking a loan for more Staff of Homas. I mean, I think you can survive with only 1 Staff of Homa. What 5-star weapons do you have right now? Aqua Simulacra, Aquila Favonia, Skyward Pride, Skyward Spine, Staff of Scarlet Sands, and a secret that I definitely didn't accidentally spoil 4 different times in this video, or in this stream. You can watch the video tomorrow. I got another 5-star weapon, though. So, we have 6 5-star weapons. But yeah, the progress of weapons only has slowed down. So, and if I was going to start Oldies Only, I basically had to start it now. I will probably not... I don't know, I've talked about it enough in the stream. You can watch the beginning of the stream. I talked in depth on, like, my thinkings, with Oldies Only and Weapons Only, and the time it takes to play this freaking game, especially doing new towns accounts. And the answer is, unless Oldies Only does substantially better over the next few days than I would expect, should I be surprised, I'm probably not continuing with Oldies Only. That's basically all. So you don't have to worry about it. I tried it because it was a new idea, and I'm a content creator. If I have an idea, and I think it's a good idea, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try making a video on it. I honestly think that episode of Oldies Only, regardless of how many more episodes I make of it, was one of the best videos on the channel. I think just on its own is a very enjoyable video. So I don't regret starting it. But I'm probably not going to continue with it realistically, because if people aren't watching, there's no reason. My time is better spent elsewhere, like with weapons only, or other things. Is 4K with Melt Globa at AR-38 good? It's probably fine. If you're AR-38, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But yeah, that seems fine. That seems fine. Getting lots of Skywards, yeah. I do have a lot of Skyward weapons. I would have much preferred if the Kilophone was a Skyward sword though. Kaya is a hilly trail pog. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why I completely forgot that Kaya was like Conrian. I think part of the reason I forgot is I haven't done the Caribert quest, which I think like it didn't. I don't care if I get spoiled, by the way. I gotta drink water. Did the Caribert quest like outright like state Kaya is a Conrian? Because before it's just like kind of been hinted at. Do we for sure know that now? Again, it probably doesn't matter because I'm probably not continuing with weapons only, or sorry, weapons only. With oldies only. I am continuing with weapons only. But I would like to know for sure. I think Dane's life would be playable. I mean, didn't they say Dane's life would be playable forever ago? So yes. So you don't have 2 Wolf's Gravestones like I do. Yeah, I haven't had the worst luck on this account for sure. But like, it's very weird that I have not gotten any earlies at this point. Not very weird. I haven't done the actual math. If I had a napkin method, I think if there's like doing like I've done like what, 430, I think maybe 440 wishes on weapons only at this point between standard banner and weapon banner, and I've not seen a single early 5-star. Which is getting to the point of being quite unlucky. Like, I think it's like something like a 25% chance that happens. Probably less. It's probably more like 15% chance to do 400 wishes not getting early. But, oh well. He dodged the curse most likely. We knew he was Conran from his character story, but Caribert basically confirmed he isn't old. Okay, I don't mean like, he doesn't have to have wrinkles on his face. Obviously, Zhongli doesn't have wrinkles on his face. But if he was born 500 years ago in... I just locked someone out, didn't I? I locked Ayaka out. Oh, that's a problem. Whatever. Raiden it is. Sorry. Oh, boy. But if he was born 500 years ago, he's old, right? Same logic as Faruzan. She might have not physically aged, but she is old. But either way, it probably doesn't matter at this point. Like I said, probably not continuing. So I'm not going to stress out about the specific nuances of who's old or not on oldies only unless the video gets more attention and then it becomes more worth my time to invest my time into the account. But until that point, it's just going to be an account that exists. Wow, we're getting golds every freaking run. That's actually really good. I don't even know. I think, what do you need? It's 4 golds for the first level, right? Like level 6 to 7 is 4 golds, and then 6 golds for 7 to 8. So I need 20 golds total. So this is probably not even going to be enough, but we'll see. He wasn't born 500 years ago. He's never even seen Conria. Oh, okay. Which standard banner character do you want? On weapons only? If I had to pick the most useful one, I think I have like Aqua Simulacra. I can get a lot of value out of Aqua Simulacra on Tignari. And I really like playing him. So Tignari for weapons only. I wouldn't mind Jean. Jean could be useful as another anima unit. And fun. And then Mona would be Dia would be Chi-Chi. Dilu would be a Claymore character we could use. And then, yeah, is that it? I think I might have skipped someone. Did I skip anyone? I don't think I did. So yeah, Tignari is my most desired one. But how many wishes can you get before Baizhu banner with Welkin and Battle Pass? I don't know, you can do the math. Like, calculate, you get 100, you get about a wish per day with Welkin. You get a wish per day with Welkin and dailies. A little bit less than a wish per day, but that's how, the way I think about it is you can make up that difference in exploration, probably. Hopefully. It depends on how much exploration you've done, but like I could easily make that difference, right? So Welkin plus Battle Pass is a wish per day, and then there's like 17, 18 days until Baizhu. So that's 17 wishes right there, right? And then from there, you can go and look at like what the events drop. How did I got golds every run? That's insane. So math-wise, 24 divided by 3 is 8. So that's 8 more of those. 25 of those. That's 8 more golds, which is 16 golds total. So we're not that far away from having enough to fully level up Xingqiu's talents. Sweet. Thanks, game. So yeah. Do the math basically. I don't know. Do about a wish. What are you talking? No. Dailies are 60 primo gems. Welkin is 90 primo gems. That's 150. You need 160 for a wish. 150 out of 160. I didn't say 90 was about a wish. I didn't say Welkin alone. I said every day. Did I not? Did I say if I said Welkin alone? Okay, if I said Welkin alone, my bad. But I was referring to like every day. I was trying to do the math of like every day. If you play every day, you have Welkin, and you have 17 days. That's 17 wishes basically. Well, and then you got to make up the 10 primo gems per day, right? But that should be doable. So, or 16 wishes is probably the easier way to think about it, right? I know that freaking Welkin is not 150 or 160. All right. I think, are we done on the account for the day? Let's see. Is there any other things we got to do quick? And then I'll react to that VARs video. We got to do the bounties and requests, but create total 10 versions. Actually, I'll go on my T-Bug. I think we'll do bounties and requests because I don't actually know if I'm going to spend much time on this account tomorrow, because tomorrow's stream is going to be mostly Spiral Abyss stuff because of the reset. So I'll complete the... Actually, let's go do this. I'll do this with the people in co-op here, quick. We'll go fight Child or something. I'm not going to claim the rewards. I'm just going to fight them. And then I'll kick people out of co-op. I'll go claim the furnishings, because I think I have some furnishings in the T-Bot already. And then I'll do the requests, which have to be in single player. And then we'll do bounties with new people in co-op. Let's go to Child. There's 2 Abyss resets. One's monthly shop reset main event. Yeah. Oh yeah. The monthly shop is going to reset with Baizhu too, so you can factor in that. So that's 22. That's like 21 wishes, right? You get guaranteed there with the battle pass. Assuming you complete the battle pass, which will be close to completing when Baizhu comes. If you do it completely, so we're talking like another 8. So getting close to the 30 there if you buy the battle pass and have it mostly completed. I mean, realistically, probably more like 25. Presuming you don't have the battle pass complete by then, which you probably won't. And then from there, it's just event stuff. The main event, I think, normally gives like, what, 2,000 primo gems-ish? Or no, it's probably like a 10 pull, isn't it? I don't know. I don't remember what the main event normally is, right? I would just say a 10 pull. So you're at 35, and then whatever other minor event, like the current one running, I don't know. So if you're at 0 pity right now and you want to get Baizhu, and you're on a 50-50, you are probably going to have to get quite lucky to get Baizhu. But it might be feasible at least to get to 1 pity for Baizhu, even if you have 0 pity right now, depending on how much exploration and stuff you haven't done. We did get a new region this patch, so like if you explore the new region a lot, you can probably get a meaningful amount of primo gems out of it. I have such a weird map on Genshin, and I have Dragon Spine 100%. The new area, both 100 and others are all 20% or under. Really? Are you a new player, Carlos? So you 100% at Dragon Spine, 100% of the new area, and nowhere else has been explored. That's hilarious. Passable effort. Passable effort. Passable effort. You've made some progress. Why is he living for so long, by the way? Oh, Raiden got 1 shot. I see.
Not bad. You've got a trick or two.
Ow. But if you lose the 50-50, you have to swipe. I mean, my recommendations to healthily play this game and not constantly feel the need to spend money is to treat it as if every character costs 170 wishes, or 150 wishes. So that means saving up 150 wishes, right? Save 150 wishes for a character, which means you might need to take a break from wishing. You might need to put aside your gacha addiction or your wishing addiction for a bit. Right, the gambling addiction that they purposely have tried to make you have. Hu Tao just died. Why, Hu Tao? I mean, we didn't have a shielder for them. It's not that surprising. Guys, this is child. You're all dying against child. Oh my god. Good lord. So, save 150 wishes. Alright, it's fine. Kooky carry time. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll do this. We got this. We got this. It's gonna take 5 years. Am I insane enough to do this? I might be. Stop teleporting! Oh my god, dude. I don't know, chat. Do you want to see me do this? It's gonna take a second. Uh-oh. It's gonna take a second. Oh god. I want to for the meme of it, but also, ow, it would take a while. How much does this do? A whole lot. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is gonna hurt. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Oh, okay. Well, choice. I thought I might be able to live that, but choice was taken away from us. Yeah, it's not that difficult to stop wishing file. Once, like, it's literally like an addiction. Oh, whoops, we should probably leave. It's literally just an addiction, right? Like, if you stop for a while, the desire will probably go away. It might be hard for a few months, but like, just stop for a while, save. Why are you such a boomer at dodging? Because I had a healer, so I wasn't even trying to dodge. Also, it's child and his AoE is BS. So, also, if you're talking about the attack I died on, pleb, you can't dodge that, as far as I'm aware. Or maybe you can. I don't know. I've never tried. I don't care. It's child. Why are you really gonna judge me for not like having the like every time I get pissed off when people like judge me for like playing this like, oh, why are you not good at dodging? I prefer dodging like over just like having shielder and full tanking in this game, to be clear. But this game is not designed in a way to incentivize you to play that way at all. The hard combat in this game is only designed around doing as much damage as possible as fast as possible because it's a time challenge. It's a time challenge with tanky as enemies that you have to kill to be able to complete. That kill fast. So you're punished for doing things like dodging. You are punished for dodging. That's the way they have designed the hard combat in this game. So what is the incentive for me to play slightly better? The incentive is not much, except for specific instances of like, it's fun to try to play better and optimize play against. It was actually fun to try to optimize my play against Wienut. Once I figured out a team that could properly deal with the Wienut, it was fun to optimize my play against the Wienut. It is fun to try to optimize my dashes against like Magu Kenki, right? To be able to not take damage against Magu Kenki's hits while also keeping up damage. You know, like it's fun in certain specific instances. But outside of those specific instances, they specifically designed the main hard combat in this game to not incentivize players to play better, but instead to just do more damage. And the reason they do that is to try to get you to wish more. So you're, in my opinion, faulting me for not knowing child's mechanics to dodge him properly. Why would I care? why do I care? So, like, it's just pointless. We'll try this again. I'll give you guys another chance. So anyways, rant over. Oh wow, I can really tell how much you hate the Abyss. I don't hate the Abyss. The Abyss is the only end game combat we have. It's the only way to get enjoyment and play around with the like technical combat nuance of this game, in my opinion.
I only wish life could be as naturally as this
Which
little
sucks
monster
sometimes when it's like
sounds.
Abyss is like our current one.
I can help you.
All the overlying voice lines in the background. Here, I'll use Bennett. I don't know if this is gonna be better. This might be worse. I don't actually hate the Abyss. Like, I don't hate playing the Abyss necessarily. I might rage at the Abyss in certain instances, but it's mostly just me being an angry gamer. And being angry at, like, specific ways they design enemies, because, again, like, the problem with the Abyss is largely that it's just a goddamn part of their shitty monetization scheme. Like, the Abyss is not designed to be an enjoyable combat experience to test players' skills. The Abyss is designed to make you want to wish more. It's designed to frustrate players. Right? That's why it exists as it does. Right? It's just designed to annoy you in that perfect balance of trying to get you to wish more. That's what it exists for. And that's it. And it's such a missed opportunity, because the best part of this game, in my opinion, is the combat. It's a really awesome combat system. There's so many creative, cool things you can do. But they don't incentivize doing that in many ways.
This is just my...
Yeah, I thought that might happen without Cookie. I was ranting, so I wasn't even trying. I wasn't even thinking at all there. Don't die, please. Len, don't die. Good job, good job. And in some ways they've gotten better. I think like the Genshin's got a lot better with Dendro, in my opinion. Because now with Dendro, right? I think there's more reward for being creative with doing teams, and more options for doing creative things with the weird crap you can do with Dendro teams than there was before. And that's a good thing, to be clear. Like, there's more ways to deal with the Abyss, I'd say, than there was before with Dendro. And obviously we have a very Dendro-focused meta right now, because we're in Dendro world for this year. But it doesn't excuse the fact that they still are only designing Abyss to be time trial challenges, right? And they constantly are throwing enemies in Abyss like Weena, who is designed to waste as much time as possible, right? So, oh, no, I'm not going to claim that. Carlos and the current meta healers are actually better than Zhongli, which is quite funny, because I used to really hate healers. And I just like shielders more. And I'd rather try to dodge in most situations, but it's annoying that they like are designing some situations that I feel like you need shielders over healers. But yeah, I don't know. I enjoy combat in Genshin way more than I used to, is what I will say. The more I mess around and do creative things and play with teams in this game, the more I enjoy the combat in this game. It's just frustrating that the main test for the things I'm playing around with is the main test is an endgame combat system that's largely just tailored to trying to make you want to wish on current banners. Right. It's just a bummer that like it's such a missed opportunity. That's why I hate the Abyss. It's like they've got so much potential in the framework of this game that they just don't do. Zhongli is still good. What do you mean? His res shred is very good. I agree. Zhongli is just a universally good buffer at base because of his 20% res shred. I agree. All right, let's. What are we doing? Oh, I gotta keep you on. All right, thank you, Len. I think Iceborne you said, and Kamish. I'm gonna go into my teapot, and then we're going to do requests, and then bounties, and then we can watch the Vars video. Main thing I don't like about wearing glasses, by the way, is when I have my headphones on. These headphones are super comfortable. Wearing for literally as long as I want. But with glasses, they get slightly uncomfortable, and it's more than my glasses make my, because of the slightly higher pressure in my ears, right? Make things slightly more uncomfortable compared to not having glasses on. But I didn't wear contacts today because I didn't feel like it. That's why. Because I wanted to be a nerd today is the simpler way to explain it. Sure, let's make this shield. And nothing else new can be crafted, so we're making teapots. Making teapots for my teapot. I should probably spend some of those coins. Can I buy these? I can. Nice. Nice. Alright, I can buy more than that. I think I'm gonna buy... How much more do I have? I don't know how much more. Actually, I'm planning on leveling characters soon, so you know what? Here we go. Alright, not gonna spend any more this week, because... actually, I probably shouldn't have even spent all of that. I probably should have saved some of that for the transient resin, but whatever. I'll have enough to buy the transient resin at the beginning of the week. Anyways. Very nice. Got that one done. Now let's go to Inajuma. Oh, it was freaking annoying, by the way. I don't think I mentioned this in a video. It's not gonna show up in a video, so I'm gonna complain about it here. Actually, did I? I don't know. It might actually show up in the edited video for the wishing video. I freaking last week I did like the Archon quest, right? I did the first part of the Sumeru Archon quest, right? To try to get a wish from the book here, right? So the guidebook, right? You get wishes for Archon quest. Great, right? So I did that. But it doesn't freaking give you it. I didn't get any wish for the completing the Sumeru first part of the Archon quest because you have to do Perilous Trail before you can get any of the wishes from the Sumeru Archon quest. And doing Perilous Trail requires doing like 500 different story quests. Like it's like, oh, that only takes the Raiden story quest and the Ito story quest, right? But like no, it takes the second Raiden story quest, which means you have to do the first Raiden story quest, and then the Ito quest requires doing Dirkana Somno Blablader, which is Kokomi's quest for some godforsaken reason. So that means to do Perilous Trail and to get any wish to get my one wish that I wanted to get from the frickin' Sumeru story, I have to do 4 character stories and the Perilous Trail to get the one wish that I wanted to get from the Sumeru story. Why? I'll be honest. I'm just like, I'm because of this, I am now like, it went from like, I am heavily incentivized to get the wishes from this, and do the Archon quest on this account, to heavily disincentivized. Ugh. Anyways, remember about artifacts earlier? What did you think your Ayaka with 26.4 attack percent? I thought I mentioned it. I think a 26.4 attack percent goblet, plus you said you had like 7% crit damage, is really, really good. The priority stats on a Blizzard Strayer build specifically is attack percent and crit damage. So you have a very, very good cryo goblet. Perilous Trail slaps though. Okay, the quest can be fine, but why does it require 500 different goddamn story quests? Ugh. And you have to do the new chasm quest for a new Nahida quest. So yeah, there's that too. The chasm, I don't know. I feel like most people probably will do the chasm quest before you do the Nahida story quest, but it is definitely a bit annoying. Particularly if you happen to have like, if you're a newer player anytime the next few months, right? And you get like a Baizhu or a Kirara, the cat lady, right? And she needs the new drops, or Baizhu, Kave need the new drops, and you're a new player, you won't be able to get their talents past level 6 until you do 500 years of story. Anyways, whatever. Perilous Trail is a great quest. I agree, but again, do you want to do it? Do I want to do it for the 3rd time? And do I want to have to do 4 character stories to be able to do it first? To be able to get what my goal was, which was just getting one freaking wish? That's what I wanted. I wanted one wish. And now instead of being able to like do an Archon quest for like an hour and get a wish from it, now I have to do like 5 hours of story quests to get 2 wishes. And like it's just, ugh. Like, no, I'd rather just vibe and explore around now. I'm gonna do requests, and then we'll do co-op to finish off with the. 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 We'll do co-op to finish off White Iron Chunk, sure. We'll do co-op to finish off the bounties. Finish my sentences, brain. Wait, wrong way. Wrong way. Can't let you guys in yet because I need to be in single player to submit the requests. Mostly need this for the Mora, honestly, more than just the... I'm not doing this for the reputation rewarding thing. Mostly just for Mora, and then of course bounty or battle pass progress. Baizhu got shafted so hard. Yeah. I'm now happy. Like I still am slightly annoyed, to be clear, that he's just meh. Like I don't know. He's just such a luxury pull is basically what he seems like to me. It's like he's not bad, but he's just like I can't imagine most people would like have a heavy need for him. I do actually want him now though, which I'm happy about. I'm happy I actually want him specifically because my stupid ass goal. I spent like 30 minutes in the stream talking about my 100k bloom damage goal for Nilu. Because of the fact that Baizhu enables that without getting C2 Nilu, I'm actually very happy. But at the same time, yeah, why is he so meh? Who is better, Kuki to level 90 from 70 or Nahida? If they're both level 70, I'd say level them both to 80. If you're using Kuki and Hyperbloom, like if your Hyperbloom team is your like one of your main teams you're using, if a Kuki Hyperbloom team is your main thing you're using right now in Abyss to deal damage, then Kuki. If Nahida is the one you're using, if you're using like Nahida as the trigger for blooms in a Nilu team, Nahida, right? It depends on the team you're using them in. If you're not using Kuki for Hyperbloom, then there's not much reason to level Kuki to level 80, or sorry, level 90 at all, other than increasing your healing, which is just not worth. And then Nahida gains a lot of value from like spread damage and whatever, if you're using Nahida with Electro. So it is worth, but also like she's also perfectly fine like at level 80 too. Like Nahida, you mostly need her for Dendro application in many of the teams you have Nahida, but it depends. In certain teams you can get definitely a non-insignificant damage increase from having Nahida at level 90. But yeah, if you're using Kuki for Hyperbloom, probably Kuki to level 90 before Nahida is my recommendation. Alright, I'll let people in co-op now. We can finish up the bounties quick. And then we'll watch that VARS video. I heard of DMC5. No, I have not. I don't know what that means. Kamishigan and Sylveon. Welcome, Sylveon. And is that Piplin? It is Piplin. Welcome. Oh, sorry, Ari. You know what? I actually... oh, man. Can I... Kamish, I think I might kick you out. So I can let Ari in. Since you were just in. Kamish. Sorry, I want to let someone new in. Not trying to like... Not like I hate you or anything. But... Len, did you put your Hu Tao visible? Let's see. Ah, Hu Tao's is visible. Alright, let's see this Staff of Scarlet Sands Hu Tao. 33k HP, very nice. Staff of Scarlet Sands. Is it C1? No, it is not. Just curious. 178 EM is good, so that's... Wait, that's just substats, because that's not an EM timepiece. Interesting. You probably still want an EM timepiece, I imagine. But... Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not actually sure. Maybe if you have a better... Actually, I mean, if you don't have a crit EM timepiece, it's fine. All right. Yeah, sorry, Kamish. Glad to have you, but you're already here for doing the farmings and whatnot, so figured I want to let someone new in. Let me go check Len again. All right, gotta judge Len's Hu Tao build. Yeah, Staff of Scarlet Sands, look at this example, right? Like, it's easy to get Hu Tao to a good balance of stats. Good healthy HP, good amount of EM, 80 crit rate, 207 crit damage. Ooh. God, every time my voice, like, cracks a little bit when I do that. Ooh. It's very hard to do that inflection. Anyways, healthy Hu Tao is what I can say. 2-piece Crimson, 2-piece Wanderers. Okay, that's where a bunch of your EM is coming from. All right. Actually, okay, my review of your build goes down slightly because it's a 2-piece. Because I thought this was like 178 EM in substats, but it's only like 100 EM in substats, which is not bad, to be clear. But like, if you had an EM timepiece, this would be 300 EM, right? And like, if it was like an EM timepiece on like a 4-piece set, right? But even like if it was 4-piece Crimson on an HP timepiece, right? With like decent crit stats. So I give the just on like this screen, just on this screen, this was like a 9 out of 10 in my opinion. This makes it like an 8 out of 10. Like, it's still a completely functional Hu Tao, but losing a lot of potential value from not doing 4-piece Shimenawa or 4-piece Crimson, in my opinion. Like, Hu Tao's one of those characters, in my opinion, you should do one of those 2 4-piece sets. It's worth it for the meaningful damage increase. That's cracked. That's pretty good. High amount of stat value, even if it looks not that great. But again, the benefit of Staff of Scarlet Sands, you don't need as much crit rate in some stats. Normally, Hu Tao, you need 5 million crit rate substats, so it's a nice thing. That's pretty good. Nothing crazy though. That's nice and even. 10.9 and 10.9. That's hilarious. That's the first I've seen that. I don't think I've ever had an artifact that did double min roll crit damage and then high roll crit rate. 10.9, 10.9. Very nice. Very good goblet. Just funny looking. And pretty good circlet. Yeah. Good build. Good, like, balance of stats. But not being 4-piece lowers it to, like, I'd say an 8 out of 10. But again, it's a good example. Like, Staff of Scarlet Sands just enables, like, you can put, like, easier. It's just the benefit of crit rate weapons in general. On a character that doesn't ascend with crit rate at the very least. Just becomes suddenly a lot easier to balance your stats. I don't remember what this is immune to, by the way, but we haven't hate them, so it should be fine. Your Kamish, Sebastian. Nice. I will probably not remember, but thanks for joining. If we're already talking about Nahida, is it true that it's hard to swirl Electro in team she's in? Yes. It definitely is. I can demonstrate that in my main account if you'd like. But yeah, it can be pretty annoying. There's ways around it, to be clear. It can just kind of like make your rotations a little bit awkward in some cases, but it depends on like the team you're using, right? To be able to get Electro swirl consistently. So like that's one of the benefits of like Baizhu having low dendro application, but Baizhu having like lesser application is not necessarily his problem. His problem, in my opinion, is his lack of AoE, but is what it is. Yeah, Nahida constantly automatically reapplies a lot of dendro, such that it can be hard to take out the dendro aura, such to be able to have an Electro aura on enemies to be able to swirl Electro. That's the main problem.
Let me know if you ever find yourself in a pinch.
So yes, Hu Tao with Sasuke make good use of Gilded. Yes, Hu Tao with Sasuke definitely make good use of Gilded. Yeah, Hu Tao in general on Gilded is not that bad. It's pretty good potentially. But Hu Tao with Staff of Scarlet Sands on Gilded is probably actually really good, I imagine. So that would be another option as well if you don't want to farm for like 4-piece Crimson or 4-piece Shimenawas or whatever. But yeah, either way, like. Hu Tao was like, she wants one of 3 different 4-piece sets. Alright, let's go back over here. I don't know why I'm just sitting on the map here. If you can demonstrate it, then yes, please. Yeah, I can switch over. Before I do the VARs video, I'll demonstrate that. Maybe that's something that like was VARs' point in that video, maybe? I don't know. I don't think that's a particularly good argument against Electro having a problem, though. But, I don't know. I'm curious to see what his argument is. Invulnerable to Hydro. Okay, that should be fine. Inazuma, by the way, I feel is going to like remain forever the best bounties in the game. All the bounties are right by teleport points. There's no weirdness with having to like Sumeru has some easy ones, right? But they're like annoying to float down to. And then they can have like immunity to dendro damage. So like if you want to always have guaranteed bounty clears that are good, you can just take a dendro damage dealing team to Inazuma bounties. You don't even have to look at the immunities. You just go. And you can deal with them in like literally a couple minutes. Souls viewers carry him while he rambles about Genshin. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've gotten past the point of needing to do co-op for any functional reason on this account. I don't need you guys to carry me. I just do co-op for the funsies. You'll forever hate monster bounties. Yeah, monster bounties and leeway bounties are just trash garbage. Just horrible. But I substantially prefer, my point was though more just specifically, I substantially prefer Inazuma bounties over Sumeru bounties. Sumerus are not anywhere near as bad as leeway and Monster, but that's just because of the stupid, of course, elemental site mechanic that just so dumb. And I'm vulnerable to physical and all elemental res decrease, well, that's like the best one. Only reason to do monster bounties, or I think leeway bounties have the same thing, is if you wanna, if you play Shao and you wanna see humongous plunging down. That was weird. There's a little like graphical thing going on. I think it was from the people teleporting. If you play Shao and you want big ol' plungy damage for like screenshot plungy damage, you want to do the like the Mondstadt hugely increased plunging damage bounty thing. It might exist in leeway too, I'm not sure. Where are you going, sir?
Let's spark things up a little.
I was wondering who was getting the 14,000 electro damage, and I was like, ah, Sylveon has her Lisa. I knew it wasn't Cookie, that's for sure. Alright, there we go. Easy peasies. Let's go. Alright, we'll go claims daily, and I think we're done with weapons only. I'll go back to my mana account, I'll show the swirling thing, and then I'll go do the first ever React content in my channel. The lowest hanging fruit of YouTube content, in my opinion, but it's fine, it'll be interesting. It might cause a rant. I already ranted about Vars' one video in this stream. May as well have another one, or maybe I won't rant, maybe I'll just agree. Vars oftentimes makes good points from the stuff I've seen from him. But sometimes, I don't know, that one artifact video really tilted me the wrong way, because he just, at least for a good chunk of it, he was like just like straight up basically misinforming people about how artifacts work or should be thought about in this game, in my opinion. The biggest problem with artifacts, I'd say, is the knowledge barrier. Like, the new player barrier of like the knowledge you need to like properly understand artifacts and like what artifacts to put on characters is very high, and that's its biggest design flaw in my opinion. And other than that, the biggest problem with the artifact system is just the resin system, right? The system that forces you to log in every day, rather than the artifact system itself. Yeah, which is kind of what Vars' original point was in the video, but he got very beside the point by like shitting on a lot of specific things that were just misinformation. Anyways, I talked about that enough earlier in the stream. You can check out the earlier bits of the stream if you need to see me rant for 30 minutes about that. I need to take a drink here. All right, switch to my main account. I'll demo the lateral swirl thing with Nahida.
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Don't think I'm going to do Oldies Only this stream. I was considering it, but I've been streaming for 3 hours, apparently. And, there we go. Turtle. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm not going to do, like, an hour of Oldies Only. Especially that. We'll see. We'll see. There you go now. See ya. Bye, crazy kid. Log out. Bye-bye, turtle. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so I guess what's the easiest team I can demonstrate this on? I'll probably do like Nahida. Actually, I think a good example is like if I do Kuki, which isn't be a team I would normally use. I have used it before actually, but I'll do basically my Tignari, my Yai Tignari team, which is normally like this team. This team does not have a problem swirling Electro because Tignari, I can just Kuki and Yai. There's enough Electro uptime, right? But if I switch Tignari for Nahida here, right, where she does 1.5 units of Dendro instead of like 1 unit of Dendro like most characters do when they do Dendro hits. And then she also constantly reapplies Dendro automatically with her skill, right? Makes it so... let's go to E-Zoom, I guess. It makes it so... Dendro aura is constantly on the enemy, and it's always consuming the Electro aura. I didn't actually switch the team. Good job. And it basically means that it's hard to swirl Electro, even in a situation like this where I'm going to have 2 Electro users. So we'll see. 2 Electro users, like, and this team would be an example when it can still function perfectly fine. Because of the fact that I have 2 Electro users, I can usually make sure I can still swirl Electro, but it requires things like using Kuki's Burst to overcome the Dendro aura, and then I can swirl Electro, or using Yai's Burst to do a bunch of his Electro to overcome the Dendro aura kind of thing, right? But without doing that, so I'm not going to use their Burst here, without doing that, I don't think I'll be able to swirl Electro after like the first rotation, right? And Masanori might not be tanking this, so you know, like we swirl, right? We do this, right? And then we do Yai's skill, right? And like, right now he has Electro on him, but I'm sticking... Right, so you can see the aura. What I'm looking at is a bar up top there. I'll do it one more time. I'm looking at the... Actually, let's change Masanori to have more health. So keep an eye on the bar on top on Masanori, right? And you can see the Dendro aura. The Electro aura was on there very briefly, right? During that, like he'd have the Electro aura briefly, and if you play well, right, in this team right now, I could swirl that Electro aura, but I need to like pay attention to it, and that would like force me to like not just rotate naturally with Kazuha, but instead I would have to like pay attention to the aura on enemies, which when they don't have a health bar like that, it can be annoying. So it can make it annoying, even when you have 2 Electro. Like in this team, it's less of an issue. But like, if I switch it to, say, I don't know, what do I even do? First of all, let's actually do things.
Come on out. Emerge right now.
Alright. Ow. Right, and now, yep, see, he doesn't have Electro, right? I wanted to swirl there, but he didn't have Electro. And he has Electro a little bit, and the Kuki is helping a little bit with this, but, and I can definitely do Burst, right? And then kill Kuki. And I did Kuki's Burst, and you can see the Electro aura stays up on there, right? Right? That's what you want, ideally, because then I can just swirl Electro consistently. You can see I got the easy Electro swirl. Without doing that, the Electro aura goes away pretty quickly, and it can be a pain in the butt, right? That's basically it. So someone like Baizhu, theoretically, could have more value in like the Dendro slot in this team, right? Because he can buff aggravate damage while applying a little bit of Dendro to keep up the quicken aura, to keep up reactions, and be like a good option, right? In this team, what I would probably do realistically, like what I actually might do, since I normally don't do that team, but that's just an example of it being a problem. I would normally actually do Tignari, right? Where this team,
go gather some samples.
because of the lower Dendro application, does not have swirling issues really. But I am going to test with Baizhu instead of Kuki, which means I'm going to have less Electro, and I might actually have a problem then, because then I'm doing double Dendro. We'll see. That's a different problem though. So Baiju's less Dendro application actually has niche utility in like that kind of context, I would say. Yeah, that is like the one downside I did not hate is heavy Dendro application, but more often than not, it's an upside. So, doesn't Kazuha also swirl the sword? He might have been swirling the sword there. I'm not sure. I don't remember if Masanori might have some goofy thing like that. I don't know. Anyways, let's go. We're gonna. We'll just We're gonna go to the crafting bench, so we don't have character voice lines. I'll let Inazuma stuff play in the background, then I'll go open up the Vars video. Reaction content. How exciting! It's only clear. If you don't watch VARS, we're talking about VARS 2, which is like VARS' secondary channel, I believe. So I don't know, go subscribe to VARS or whatever. Should state that before I do this, because this is his video and I'm going to be reacting to it. He definitely put the work in. I'm just going to be judging it. This is not going to be... Well, I don't plan on making this an edited video, at least. YouTube.com. VARS 2. How Electro's newfound strength may backfire. Alright, let's see. How long is this? 60 minutes? Alright, that's fine. Perfect. Perfect. Let's do this. And where is OBS? There it is. And Chrome, the window is not showing. Fantastic. Epic. Okay. Well, give me a second. Let's see. I guess. Alright. I guess whatever. Let's do. Where's my other? I'll just put it in the other Chrome window. Blam. Put in that one. This one should be detected. OBS is goofy, and oftentimes if I open up new windows, it doesn't detect the new windows open, which is annoying for sure. And that didn't work. Okay. Oops. Why? OBS, please. Alright, what about a Firefox window? Technical problems. Alright. Firefox window. Hey, Firefox works wonderful. Alright, I guess we're doing Firefox. Firefox for the win. Shh. Also, you don't see ad block. Oh, wait, no, you don't see ad block. I don't use ad block. I definitely support everyone. No, I actually have a YouTube Premium. I have YouTube Premium, so that's why there's no ads. I gotta fix the formatting. Give me a second. There we go. Perfect. Alright. Let's watch it.
At the start of Genshin Impact's release in late 2020, only 6 out of the 7 elements were available, and with only a little over 20 playable characters, initial assessments of every element were premature to say the least. Of those 20 or so, 5 of them belonged to the Electro element: Kuching, Lisa, Fischl, Racer, and Beidou, giving us a decent sample size of what to expect from the element. Sadly, however, not much attention would be given to them for the entirety of version 1, as the next Electro unit to be released wouldn't be until version 2.1 when Raiden Shogun and Kujo Sada were announced. As a result, Pyro took up much of the spotlight early on, causing Electro to fall to the wayside as a subpar alternative. The element would then receive some desperately needed exposure following the advent of Inazuma, prompting...
I started playing during like the middle of Inazuma patch, like 2.4. But I'm well aware of like the Pyro meta, and Pyro and like Freeze meta, and I'm assuming he's going to talk about the fact that Electro reactions didn't have anything good other than Taser, right? Like Taser was like the only meta relevant thing. I'm presuming is what he's going to talk about a little bit here
further
before Dendro.
Paid towards it, and when Sumeru came about in version 3, accompanied by the new Dendro element, the balance of power shifted dramatically, propelling Electro from being once one of, if not the weakest element in the game, to a stable choice everyone should include in their roster. In spite of this, there's a uniquely concerning...
Weakest element in the game is a weird thing to say in a game which has a framework around elements reacting to each other. I'd say the weakest element in the game is Geo because it has the least interaction with any other element. Elements are only relevant to their use with other elements, and Electro, you could be argued, was weak, yes, relative to like Pyro and Freeze, because the reactions weren't that good. Like there was superconduct and superconduct and taser, like electrocharge, right? So sure, but also Geo like doesn't react at all. So I don't know. I don't agree with that statement.
Electro's newfound notoriety, which is what I plan to base my discussion around for this episode. Just a moment though, I want to give a quick shout out to this video's sponsor, Dislight. Dislight's an urban myth RPG set in a futuristic world that brings the gods of ancient
I was going to skip his ad.
Chinese,
I'll let his ad
Egyptian
play. I'm
mythology
reacting to his
into
content. I'll let his
modern-day
ad
world
play.
through what are called esprits, regular people who are
Overload.
blessed
Yeah, I
with
forgot about
divine power
Overload.
from
Overload had
various
niche
deities.
relevance
As
too,
an
yeah.
example, the
I definitely
character
don't
Raven
think
is Odin's
before
champion, and
Dendro
Gaius is Zeus's
that-
champion. So each esper in this game basically calls upon the power of their respective god. And
I
as
don't
a
think
collaboration,
before Dendro
featuring
Electro was
two
the
espers,
worst
Athena
element.
and Nyx,
I
who can
heavily
be
disagree with
Laurel
that.
and Delane respectively. Alongside them, there's a limited time themed event in the game where you can control Athena to explore a brand new
I forgot
dungeon
about Overload. I'm
with
sorry. I use Overload all the time.
characters while receiving
Lord.
tons of in-game loot.
I've used Overload all the time.
Five-star Esper Nyx for free while you can draw Athena from the
There was a
available
brief time where I
As a
did.
fun side event, if you're a fan
I
of
tried
games like
Thundering
Fallout,
Fury
YouTube
Bennett.
Markiplier is
Never did a
actually
video or anything on it.
integrated into Dislight following the recent update. So if you're a Markiplier fan like I am, then you'll be able to get your hands on him during
Bro,
this
how
time.
long is this
Some other
integration?
noteworthy things to make note of is that
I
Dislight
wanted to be
has
nice, but like
an
also
XP where you
I
can
hate
take your squad and
ad
challenge
spots that
other
are
players' teams
3 minutes
where you can
long.
have casual matches with your video. But for now, back to talking about
There you go.
Electro.
QR code. Do his
Continuing
thing.
on
There we
with my
go.
Element mini-series, where I give an evaluation on every element, I'm going to be discussing how Electro's gradual rise in value came with an underlying condition that I think is being overlooked. As of version 3.6,
Oh yeah, I forgot about the
Electro
EM buff
houses
for
the highest
Overload.
number of playable characters out of any element at 12, tied with Cryo only if you received Aloy back in 2021. To put things into perspective, at the tail end of version 1, Cryo had Ganyu, Eula, Diona, Rosaria, Chi-Chi, Chongyun, and Kaya for a total of 7, whereas Electro only had the original 5 I mentioned above. That means in just 1.5 versions, Electro received 7 new characters, the highest for that time frame. One could speculate they were holding off on releasing Electro units in anticipation for Raiden Shogun, but that must have been a very backloaded release schedule.
No,
Those
they
who
were
have been
holding
around
off
since the
because
start
they
of the
wanted them
game
close
can
to
probably
Dendro.
remember the ever-present debate between Electro and Pyro's viability at the time. While Animo, Cryo, and Hydro were avoiding scrutiny due to their more supportive and driving functions, and Geo being as insular as usual, Electro and Pyro, the two premier damage-oriented elements, were inappropriately yet constantly compared to each other, due in part to the
This is maybe a hot take. I think before Dendro, I didn't really care about Genshin's combat. Like I thought Genshin's combat was enjoyable, but I really didn't start to enjoy it until Dendro, like the reaction system. With Dendro, the reaction system is fantastic. So that's why like I'm confused why he's going to be making a point why Electro's strength might backfire on it, because his point started with like Electro wasn't as relevant, right? But now he's like saying, oh, Electro was one of the premier damage dealing units, or damage dealing elements. Okay, yeah, sure, fair. Back then, right? Okay, cool. But I don't know. I don't get what his point is going to be with this backfire. I'm trying to like formulate in my mind what he could possibly be arguing about with the like what is going to backfire. But like, I don't know. Like I think this game's like meta and the state of the game and how combat feels in this game became way better with Dendro and with Electro being made better. Is Pyro now weaker in like is his argument going to be like it used to be Pyro was more relevant than Electro, but now it's Pyro is less relevant than Electro, and therefore like now we've got this imbalance. It's just a different kind of imbalance. If that's the point, like I don't know, we have way more creative options for things we can do now, in my opinion, and things that include Pyro. It's harder to use stuff like Pyro in Dendro reactions, but they still are useful. I've been using my stupid burning team for a while with Yulan, Nuke Yulan. It's really fun. I don't know. So if his point is that like it's just imbalanced in a different way, though,
The first two DPS
I'm just making. I
5 stars
don't.
made
Again, I'm not trying to. Like, I'm just making predictions. I have no idea. I don't understand what his point is at this point.
available to us, Diluc and Keqing, representing their respective elements. And that's really all we had available to us for a while, unless you cared to play either Klee or Child, which not many did in light of the former's poor usage data and the latter's underwhelming sales. The first unanimously serviceable 5-star DPS to come out was Ganyu in 1.2, so during that time, and even for some time after, players had only Electro and Pyro's initial lineup to consider. Those who didn't have the wherewithal or luck to acquire either resorted to the 4-star variants of each, Beidou and Fischl for Electro and Bennett and Xiangling for Pyro, and it wasn't much of a contest regardless of the star rarity.
What did he just called? What did he? Okay, I'm sorry. He just called who the 4-star version of each. Fischl is a 4-star version of nobody. Like, there's no one that functions. I mean, okay. You could argue Fischl is a 4-star Yaimiko, but Fischl has more utility than Yaimiko, I'd say, on average. But Yaimiko is a weird 5-star version of Fischl that is more clunky in some ways, but has like an easier path for dealing damage, I guess. Like it is a little bit simpler to use, I would say, and is a better character. Opinion, to be clear. Like, but Yai wasn't existing at this point. So what was his point? What was the point there that he just tried to make? Like, and like, what Beta and Unofficial are 4-star versions of who? Of Raiden?
Spent most of the first year completely overshadowed by Pyro's individually superior units and reactions. Further widening the gap was how we were looking at the strength of Electro incorrectly, judging them both on the same criteria despite one focusing on amplifying reactions, while the other worked on transformative ones. A number of theory crafters still tried to experiment with possible and more importantly viable use cases for the lightning element even before system adjustments were added. But just like how Anima was massively buffed in 1.6, so was Electro. Its elements received measurable improvements to their base numbers.
This was the
and with
EM buff,
Kazuha
I
drawing
believe.
more discussion towards Animo, indirectly prompting them to evaluate Sucrose's usefulness, this was the first step towards realizing Electro's full power. Beginning in version 2, Genshin's meta was developing at a breakneck pace. Up until that point, everyone mostly played whoever they felt like, or just went for whoever had the best numbers on their own. Any semblance of team composition was few and far between as a result of the lack of enough characters. Once again, early experimentation was present but not prevalent enough to see widespread use yet. The Raiden national team would be the first high-profile top meta team, made popular by its barrier to entry, or lack thereof. All that required any money was Raiden Shogun, whom most players...
I still kind of hate the national team core to this day. I think it feels awkward to play. So the reason I'm reacting to this specifically is because it's barrier to entry, or that is to say none. Like, yes, the barrier to entry for having the core is very low. Xingqiu, Bennett, and Xiangling are characters most people have. And acquiring the characters is low. The problem I have with it is the investment it takes on the characters. Now, Bennett does not take an insane amount of investment to get proper for it. But Xiangling and Xingqiu, and then especially if you have Raiden on top of that, oh, want emblem! And if you're starting a new account, like not talking about you were playing since launch, like Vars is kind of discussing here. If you start like a newish account, like when I started, or like my main account farmed enough emblem that I don't think I'd have to check. I don't think I can do 3 full emblem sets on these characters. Not that you have to do emblem on like all 3 of them, but that's their best set, and that's a pain in the ass to have 3 characters on a team that all want the same set, ideally, right? And also, like, you really want C4, like, having played National now on, like, weapons only, compared to, like, how nice it feels to play mini Dendro teams, it feels like just butt to play. And, like, part of the problem is not having C4 Xiangling, right? And, like, that's not an assumption you can make. And I don't have C1 Bennett either. That's part of the problem, too, I'm sure. I don't have C2 Xingqiu. So, like, I'm lacking in uptime issues. And, like, and I have, like, decently invested characters at this point. Like, Xingqiu is functional enough. Xiangling is pretty good. Bennett is okay. Like, I need to level up some talents a little bit more and whatever. But, like, it's not to the point of clearing Abyss content easily yet, and I've invested a meaningful amount of resources, right? So I would say it actually has a fairly high barrier of entry because of the amount of investment it takes, relative to something like a Hyperbloom team, right? Which just takes leveling up a character and putting EM on them, and then making sure you have, like, Dendro and Hydro application, right?
were feverishly excited to go after anyway, and after a trivial amount of discourse with some players preemptively assuming that she would be just as weak as Zhongli,
So character
Shogun wasted no time
acquisition,
demonstrating how
yes,
ridiculously
national
broken she
easy.
was. By extension, as more and more units were made available, more players
Build
began to dabble
investment,
in
though,
proper team
not-
building,
not
especially to combat the
low barrier.
significant difficulty spike within Spiral Abyss during early version 2. Consequently, teams like Chain Freeze and Taser soon followed. The advent and widespread adoption of Raiden National and Taser was integral to elucidating the proper way to utilize Electro. For so long, the majority of players were zeroing in on a team's validity based on the sum of its individual parts, rather than all 4 characters working in unison to achieve a collective goal, causing units
Okay.
like Beidou and Fischl to have moments where they were
This video is halfway. Okay. Again, Vars is not my favorite. Like I said, like when I ranted earlier in the stream about his artifact video. This video is 6 minutes in, and he's basically just explained. Like, it's informative, to be clear. Like I'm not learning nothing here. I appreciate some of the things he said, but I'm mostly just like learning minor little details of things I was mostly over before about like the history of like how the Genshin meta developed. He spent 6 minutes explaining the history of the Genshin meta. What is he tying into? I don't know. I don't get what the point he's making right now. Because right now he hasn't made a point that ties into this title at all, right? He's just explained. This video is more how Genshin's meta developed.
actually physical
I don't know.
on-field
We'll
DPSs
see.
for a time. Well into version 2, however, we started to realize that what was once thought of as weakness, being Electro's penchant for quantity over quality, was actually its greatest strength, a strength that would lay the foundation for a monumental transition in version 3. With the release of playable Dendro units came new reactions, its 2 premier reactions both synergizing with Electro. Quickening
Halfway
was
through
more
this video, we're finally
straightforward,
getting into the
only requiring
Dendro Electro
indiscriminate
reaction.
amounts of both elements to pull off, while Bloom demanded 3 elements to be used in tandem with each other, but the way its mechanics were designed allowed
I want to be clear. I do think they accidentally made. I don't think MiHoYo realized, right? They made Aggravate good. Aggravate, I think, is well balanced. Hyperbloom is probably too strong, realistically. But I personally think it's really, really healthy for the game to have a archetype that is strong with relatively low investment. Like, you need the right characters for it, ideally. But it does have enough variation that you can make it work with like a good variation of characters, right? But it has like ideals that you can reach for like getting particular characters for it, like getting Kuki or Raiden for the Hyperbloom trigger rather than, using Lisa like I use in Weapons Only. But other than the investment path of acquiring the characters, the path of just building the characters is really easy. So it's not that hard to get Hyperbloom to the point of like doing like close to what it's got a very like high floor, right? I think is how I've seen it described most often. Hyperbloom team's damage is a very high floor. It's quite easy to get to that floor. But it has a pretty low ceiling. Like there's not much vertical investment with Hyperbloom, right? You can do weird, stupid things like I talked about earlier in the stream where you can try to maximize bloom damage, but like it's not usually smart to necessarily do that for the amount of resources it takes. So like Hyperbloom is something that I think is healthy for the game because despite how strong it is, it's a low investment team that's easy to do, right? And generally feels nice to play. Then Aggravate is your more higher investment build path, right? For like the Electro Dendro reaction, in my opinion. So like I tend towards doing more hybrid or Aggravate focused bloom teams, even like more quick bloom oriented teams, because they're more fun to me to try to balance out the stats because I have the artifacts and the stuff available to do it. But I think it's a very healthy thing for this game to have a lower investment archetype that is as strong as it is. So if his point is that it's too strong because it's just like everyone's doing Electro now, I don't agree, but I don't know, we'll see. Again, I'm just making predictions at this point.
you to still more or less face roll all over the keyboard and pull it off. It's these 2 reactions that really turned the tables. Prior to that, public opinion towards Electro was improving, but the consensus was still in favor of Pyro thanks to Hu Tao, Bennett, and Shanling steamrolling almost everything in the game. It
Yeah,
wasn't until
definitely.
version 3 when Electro was finally deemed the superior DPS element between the 2. The increased damage potential was so massive that previously
And calling any element in Genshin the best element is weird because of how reliant they are on other elements. Like,
performing, if not unviable characters,
Electro just does Electro damage on its own.
characters like Kuching, Yaemiko, and Shinobu were significantly elevated, while Fischl and Shogun
Wait,
were made.
you want to rank reactions? Like, Hyperbloom is the best reaction. Aggravate is the best reaction. And therefore, because Electro is involved in both of them, I think Electro is the best element. Okay, sure. But just saying Electro is the best element in a vacuum, I don't know. It's not, it doesn't make sense.
More overpowered than they were before. In the present day, Electro is...
Fischl got a disgusting buff. Raiden got an accidental buff, but honestly, my opinion of Raiden was, I don't know. Raiden is way overhyped, in my opinion, before Dendro, and her getting more utility for Hyperbloom use with Dendro is good. But because Kuki exists, is also not someone, like, I don't recommend people hold Raiden for specifically Hyperbloom, right? So, like, her getting more generic utility was good, but she only basically got added Hyperbloom utility. Like, Raiden doesn't have like a cracked hybrid build, realistically. As much as I like my hybrid Raiden build, it's a build that wants a 5-star weapon. Like,
become a mainstay for most players.
Fischl got an insane buff, though, for sure.
Becoming arguably the strongest in the game, far surpassing any teams that came before for their sheer power. Suffice to say, it was a bit of a late bloomer scenario, but Electro has gone through a pretty drastic transformation over the past.
Hyperbloom, okay, I was waiting to see if you made any other point. Hyperbloom is the strongest team in the game. Strongest teams in the game. Some of the strongest, yes, but also it's very, like, it has its weaknesses, and it depends on your team comp a little bit. He's vastly oversimplifying. Like, my Hyperbloom team on my Polar Molny account is a completely functional Hyperbloom team, but it has some problems. It's a weird Hyperbloom team that has a weakness in single target and is better in AoE. That is normally not the case. Most Hyperbloom teams are strong and very strong in single target and worse in AoE. Like, there's too many situations. The meta of Genshin is dependent on the Spiral Abyss, right? And the best teams that deal with particular situations, the best teams that deal with Weenut are teams that can do like front-loaded damage, right? Like, that's why like Hyperbloom teams with Kale actually are better for dealing with Weenut, because Kale can front-load a bunch of Dendro damage or Dendro really quickly, so you can front-load a bunch of your Dendro hit like damage, but not against the Weenut. The changes, right? Like, the situation you're against changes how performant a particular team is. So making a vacuum statement like Hyperbloom is the best team in the game, it's the most damaging team in the game, oversimplifies the complexity of the variations of Hyperbloom that exist, instead of just being like Raiden, Nahida, and Xingqiu, right? Like,
past 2 years and change. As someone whose first 5-star was Kuching, and being a Kuching fan in the past, I was of course excited to see my once favorite character get some much needed attention, as I'm sure many of you Kuching mains are. Generally speaking, Electro is also my favorite element. With all that being said, even though Dendro's inclusion was objectively positive for Electro's performance, and that the pros outweigh the cons, pardon me for playing devil's advocate for a moment, but I can't help but think this comes with an entirely new set of problems that can be damaging in the long term.
okay.
In my episode on Pyro,
Okay, he's finally making his argument here. Alright. How is this damaging in the long term? Let's see. I am very curious to hear. I am genuinely curious to hear.
I postulated the idea that MiHoYo shot themselves in the foot by making all-purpose characters for
The meta, I'm going to comment on Meow's comment. The meta depends on endgame content. Oh wait, we have none. Yeah, that is definitely an important aspect to keep in mind as well, since MiHoYo is hell-bent on making nothing other than DPS checks that, yeah, whatever.
An element with not too many purposes to cover, leading to said all-purpose characters having a chokehold on the entire element, preventing new characters from standing out for the simple reason that, from a pragmatic standpoint, Bennett, Xiangling, and Hu Tao can do everything they can, and more and/or better. Electro's newfound success is not without cost, for its strength is inextricably tied to a playstyle. More specifically, Electro units function at their best when working in tandem with each other for a set goal, but that ultimately pressures them to subscribe to a niche or win condition that punishes anyone for not doing so. We know that Electro's greatest weapon is its penchant for rapid application. Characters like Fischl, Beidou, and Miko can dish out tons of instances of Electro damage in a short time frame, meaning they're extremely...
I gotta nitpick this, because he specifically said, like, the strength of characters, Electro characters tends to be their Electro application. And then, characters like Fischl, Yai, Miko, Beidou dish out a ton of instances of Electro damage. Yai is a bad Electro applicator. official, very good electro applicator, especially with our A4 and Dendro teams. Not the same. Not the same thing. Like application and doing electro damage, not the same thing. I can get why he's not going to clarify that kind of point in this video, because for the audience he's probably going for is the more layman audience who just like, do electro damage, it do electro application. But it's way more the nuance of determining the things he's trying to talk about, of like the meta. This whole video so far has been talking about the meta relevance of things, right? So he's talking about meta, and then to conflate application and electro damage as the same thing together in one sentence is not cool, in my opinion.
Consistent at making use of electrocharge, overload, quicken, and hyperboom, reactions that necessitate as much electro as humanly possible. Moreover, they can do all of this without having to be the active character. The implication is that for an electro character to play to his strengths, they have to have consistent, accessible, and rapid electro damage, and the less field time they occupy to do that, the better.
I'm sorry, is this argument that like off-field damage dealers are good and there are good off-field damage dealers? Like, yes, we have less good off-field damage dealers for Pyro because Mihoyo refuses to let Dia be good, right? Like, Mihoyo really didn't want another Xiangling in the game, so they were super scared, and Dia was on a standard banner, so they made her trash. Like, I agree that there should be more off-field damage dealers in other elements, but that's not a flaw of Electro. Like,
conveniently, seeing as that's the MO of its characters, they're naturally proficient at doing that. However, those who aren't...
He just gave 3 specific Electro characters and said that their MO is like off-field Electro, like consistent Electro damage and application. Like he picked 3 specific characters and now is generalizing for the whole Electro element. Like, yes, that's strong. But that's just because, like, off-field is strong in general. Because if you have strong off-field, it means you can do more things on-field with other characters. Yeah, I don't get the point he's making.
Or those who want to try something different will inevitably be seen as inferior to those who follow the trend. Kazuha Sada, for example, isn't really known for electro application. Her main draw is the immense DPS amp from her final Constellation, allowing her to supercharge, no pun intended, other electro characters to deal ludicrous...
So he's saying that his point is that Electro's current relevance with off-field utility makes any future characters in Electro harder to be relevant compared to them. I feel like he's saying nothing. Isn't he just saying nothing? Like to be clear, I agree with his point with Sara, that Sara is not really relevant. I don't disagree with that. Like, she's only relevant as a niche buffer. But, like, that's a flaw of how they designed Sara specifically. Not on the whole element, I feel.
Amounts of damage. Proponents of her argue how important she is to fully realizing Raiden Shogun's power, but in the grand scheme of things, her range of use cases is far more limited than that official or Beidou.
Sara is really only relevant, C6R in particular is only really relevant for hyper carry Raiden, so if you really like just big PP damage on Raiden Go, you know, C6R is the kind of character for you, but outside of that, not super relevant unless you want to do weird niche things, which you can. Like, she can be usable for interesting things.
Who can fit into all kinds of electro teams. One could defend this by saying Sada is intentionally niche, choosing to forego flexibility in favor of pushing the limits on a single function. But when you compare the uptime and strength of a Raiden hypercarry team, it's not a sizable enough increase in power over a standard Taser or Hyperbloom team, if it even matches them in the first place. I also feel like electro character...
But you're ignoring that people might just feel like playing a different team, because like you play Sara in your Raiden team instead of doing Hyperbloom, because instead of wanting to see Hyperbloom damage and all the Dendro damage, you want to see big Electro number. Like, different ways to get good damage out of things, even if one of them is better than the other, isn't a bad thing. Especially, like, that's one of the benefits of MiHoYo not focusing too much on endgame content that like forces players to try to get optimal teams. Is you don't have to. You can play the teams you enjoy, do what you find fun, and you can still probably make a team that can clear all the endgame content in this game.
Players feel a higher degree of pressure to be as unobtrusive as possible solely because of the external circumstances pertaining to their teams. The newest on-field electro damage dealer is Sino, and he's often been compared to Kuting as both of them are main DPS 5 stars. Sino faces a weird issue where he performs quite admirably in Hyperbloom and Quicken teams thanks to really good electro application, especially when using his burst. However, because of the need for field time and the fact that he doesn't have any presence while swapped out, using him over another on-fielder like say Raiden Shogun is a slight downgrade.
I thought he was going to make the comparison to Kaching. He mentioned Kaching earlier. Kaching is actually the main reason that like Sino is not relevant, as relevant to people as he could be. But again, like, Sino is good. In my opinion, he's well balanced. Like, yes, he has the main downside of needing to be on field, but the thing is, if you just like Sino's playstyle and enjoy it, he can be really good. Because you enjoy his just like, that's Sino, and you like that, cool, you know, and he's good. But yes, if you use a different character, you can technically make it, like, he's saying that like the meta has found that different characters that do more off-field damage and allow for more flexibility is better. No shit, Sherlock. Like, his point, there's 6 minutes left in this video, but I'm just getting more confused. His point is that characters that allow for more flexibility in their use are better? Yes. But that doesn't mean that Sino can't still be fun.
And using him over any off-fielder is a massive downgrade overall. This applies to Kuting.
Massive downgrade. Massive downgrade? In what way? Illustrate this mathematically.
As well. I'd argue she's ever so slightly more effective than Sino, but she will always be infinitely worse than sub-DPSers like Nico, Beidou, and Vishal, and overshadowed by
What? He made a comparison, but then what? Infinitely?
Shogun, who, let's be honest, is a hybrid between the main and sub, since
It's weird. He keeps on using Raiden as an example, like instead of Sino. But Raiden is not, like, yes, Hyperbloom is strong. He's getting really hung up basically on Raiden Hyperbloom being strong. Is that, but like, you normally wouldn't do, you basically, if you're going to use Raiden, right, for Dender reactions, it's basically probably for Hyperbloom, unless you're being a weirdo like me and you do a hybrid team. But like, doing a hybrid build on Raiden is not something that's really recommended over just doing a traditional build on Raiden, right, on a normal account. And other than that, like, you have full EM Hyperbloom, right? Those are the two main archetypes you can use Raiden in, right? Use Raiden in normal emblem build, right? Which is not Dendro, right? You don't build with the Dendro reaction in mind because of the aggravate reaction being additive, right? It's not going to add a meaningful percentage of Raiden's damage because of her high multiplier, right? That's the reason you don't normally bother with it. With aggravate on Raiden, it doesn't benefit her much. Whereas something like Kaching, the additive multiplier matters a lot more. So Kaching is useful for doing like an aggravate team, right? Because her low multipliers, but getting an additive bonus on any of her reactions can make her do a lot more damage. Like, why is he comparing Raiden and Sino? He keeps on going back to Raiden, and like without explaining like the specifics of what Raiden is useful for. He's just, I'm sorry, he's just made like vague descriptions of like, this character do off-field damage good, off-field damage better, therefore Sino worse than Raiden because Raiden do off-field. Am I misunderstanding something? Am I meaning a butthole? Like, I'm sorry if I'm being a total butthole, but it feels like that's what he's saying. In my opinion, Vars vids typically recycle the same point off in the same video. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, clearly. That's that. I don't know. I really haven't watched many of his videos. I watched his artifact video a while back. I don't remember why. Like a couple weeks ago, and then I watched one or 2 since then. Like, I definitely don't watch him regularly. Clearly, I shouldn't think about it too hard.
Has no presence off-field. The original Taser team consisted of Sucrose, Xingqiu, Beidou, and Fischl. Having 2 Electro characters would lead you
I gave the video a like, but I'm gonna undo the like, I'm sorry. Unless something changes in the next 6 minutes.
to believe Electro is the star of the show, but in reality, it's Sucrose, whose crowd control, elemental mastery, and damage amp increase the strength of her party. All Beidou and Fischl do is apply Electro, that is, unless her Fischl is decked out to deal a lot of damage herself, and to her credit, she does deal a lot of freaking damage. The same holds true for Quicken and Hyperbloom teams. The strength of these comps comes from the reaction damage itself, not necessarily the characters. You could replace characters A and B with X and Y for all that it matters. Am I saying individual damage output is negligible? No, but the characters who were indirectly buffed the most were those who coincidentally have a lot of Electro application that doesn't mandate being on field. Having lower efficiency and usefulness by veering away from the expectations of said element is not endemic to just Electro, and in no way am I saying its roster has it the worst. Toma's a character with an overall very solid design that's massively crippled by that design conflicting with Pyro's overall goal. If you were any other element like Animo, Hydro, or
Did he really just use Toma as an example of being a bad pyro unit? Toma was one made to be a shielder. To be clear, I've complained about Toma before plenty of times in Poems Only. I think his kit at C0 is purposely broken as, just the typical structure of trying to bait for constellations on Toma. That's, I think, his biggest problem. But he still is functional for just his base intended use of like a generic shielder, right? And then he applies a little bit of pyro. And also, I thought he was going to bring up like Burgeon or something, maybe. He didn't bring up Burgeon. He just glossed over like Toma bad because it's not what Pyro does. What do you mean what Pyro does? We want Pyro to be able to do different things. So like Toma is actually cool now because now his unique slow Pyro application, which apparently Vars is against what Pyro was for, is actually good for Burgeon teams. He's like the main character for Burgeon. And like Toma's design has problems, to be clear. Like his C0 kit, I think, is not broken, or it is broken. Like not broken in the good way, just broken. Just doesn't function properly. But like there's reasons you would need slow application versus fast big damage, right? Like, oh, the other video I watched from this is why the artifact video popped from my feed. By the way, I saw a Vars video, the first Vars video I watched recently, and this is the only reason he's even it's on my radar. He made a video on Dia. And I think his Dia video was really, really good. If you want to check out a good video from Vars, check out his Dia video. He simplified the problem with Dia down into its core and explained it in a really good way. This, though, is...
Cryo, he would be 10 times more effective even if you don't touch his numbers at all. Comparatively, even the underperformers or off-metas with an Electro have higher
why does he think Pyro has to be used in one way? What is it?
highs, as unlike Pyro, whose reactions actively favor the triggering attack's damage or calculation, transformative reactions do not care if the Electro damage is 1 million or 1. It only checks to see if it's Electro.
How did he make this video after the Dia video? He understood well the problem with Dia, and then randomly makes this point about Toma?
Is that the value of the vast majority of Electro units comes from those reactions, not so much the characters themselves, hence why the less intrusive they are, the better. That statement might come across as confusing, seeing as how Electro units are constantly praised for their ability to facilitate a ton of characters. So let's begin by comparing Fischl with Xiangling and Xingqiu on a macro scale. Is that she can output Electro DPS almost as if she's an on-fielder while being off-field, has virtually limitless uptime, and the highest rate of Electro application in the game. All those factors pertain to her ability to drive reactions. She's very team-dependent. Now what makes Xiangling so ridiculously overpowered is one simple thing: Snapshot. You can super buff Pyronator to deal tons of damage even if those buffs don't last as long as the Beyblade duration thanks to Pyronator's damage being locked once cast. Is she also fantastic at Pyro-related reactions? Absolutely, but her core appeal is that her damage is extremely strong and splashable for a character you can get for free. It's not necessarily correlated to Pyro reactions. What makes Xingqiu so ridiculously overpowered is that he can drive reactions really well off-field like Fischl, but also provides damage reduction, regeneration, stagger resistance, and has extremely good damage himself. This lets him be an effective choice overall, regardless of if you're trying to use him for a team or just bringing him along. In a sense, Electro units must have the entire team to be effective, and a specific kind of team, namely Dendro. Fortunately, those teams happen to be some of the best in the game in terms of DPS.
I don't have to. Taser still exists.
But outside of that,
you don't have to. You can do overload. I used Overload Kuki for a bit on weapons only.
Power drops off a
Worked.
cliff.
Or Overload Lisa. I liked Overload Lisa in some ways better than Dendro Reaction Lisa, like Hyper Bloom Lisa.
This sets a concerning precedent for future Electro units. Firstly, because Electro reactions don't care about individual damage output, future main DPS on-fielders will be at an overwhelming disadvantage. Pyro on-fielders like Hu Tao stay relevant since Pyro's reactions do care about individual damage, but
The problem with his argument here is he's saying that, like, oh, the individual user's damage contribution rather than, like, their, you know, transformative elemental reaction, right? Like Hyper Bloom, whatever. Like, their crit stats matter less, essentially, is what he's saying. Their own personal damage, their crit stats matter less. That's a good thing. It's a good thing that characters are easier to make and build. It means you can build a character in different ways and do creative things. And you can build less crit stats because EM has more value now on Electro units. Like, that's a good thing. Like, it's annoying. It's annoying as f*** that Hu Tao basically just wants crit and all the crit and a little bit of EM. It's annoying. Like, Hu Tao's, like, yes, she wants a little BM, but Hu Tao mostly wants crit. That's annoying. And then, say, you're still getting damage from a character's stats. You still need to have an Electro character built to use them. You still need to have a team built around them. And you have to put the right stats depending on what you're using them, how you're using them. And crit stats don't have no value. It just means, like, EM has more value. The argument is that off-field is strong, therefore it makes future characters hard to be good relative to off-field characters. They just have to be fun. They just have to balance them well and make them fun, like Cyno. They did a good job with Cyno.
Doesn't. The only reason Shogun gets away with it is because she has off-field presence and support. Secondly, application is the name of the game. Again, not saying personal damage
I actually don't like Shogun, though, with her intended playstyle because of, like, her on-field requirement in some ways. So, like, I kind of see what his point is, but he's also, like, ignoring, like... It's not even Shogun's Electro application off-field. Like, again, he's, like, conflating Electro application, Electro damage, and he seems very focused on the point of Shogun, specifically in Hyper Bloom, right? He seems to be getting very hung up on the fact that Hyper Bloom is meta right now.
completely disregarded, but if they ever want to make an Electro character who doesn't care about application and wants to do something else, i.e. Kujo Sada, they're not going to be that great. If you want to make an Electro nuke, their numbers have to be as high as Eula's to stand a chance. For instance, why are Lisa, Dori, and Electro MC worse than Fischl, Beidou, and Miko? Because they don't apply nearly as much due to prioritizing other things like battery, healing, or
No. Again, he's saying applying. The problem is the Raiden on her E does not apply much Electro. It's just an Electro hit, and it's a hit in AoE that is very good at hitting Dendro cores in an AoE off-field. Someone like Lisa could actually be a completely functional on-field Hyper Bloom driver. The reason isn't Electro application. The reason is because it's garbage at targeting the fucking cores. Because I'm pretty... it feels like to me, Lisa, they went out of their way to make Lisa garbage in Hyper Bloom, right? Would he be complaining about Lisa if Lisa properly like triggered cores? Like you stood near cores and clicked and Lisa could trigger Hyper Bloom cores? Would he be complaining about Lisa too? I don't think he would, because no, Lisa's on field. Like,
Miko, because they don't apply nearly as much due to prioritizing other things like battery, healing, or defense break. This is the key downside to indirect buffs. To reiterate, a lot of once underperforming characters like Shinobu, Miko, and Kuting have been made considerably better thanks to Dendro and to a lesser extent Taser, but that also means whatever made them stronger is also the only way you can really use them. In this context, how well they can work in Dendro teams. That also...
I mean, yeah, you probably want to use Electro users in Dendro teams now. It's a lot more fun, in my opinion. But you don't have to.
Means it won't benefit everyone equally. In a way, I'm concerned that what happened to Pyro is also going to happen or is already happening to Electro. You have a handful of characters setting the gold standard that also prevent or disincentivize other characters from being invested into purely because logic dictates why would you ever use an inferior option to something.
He's worried what happened with Pyro is going to happen to Electro, which is to say that Pyro is now less relevant because of Dendro making new options available, and because the meta has been focused on Dendro because Mihoyo has been releasing a ton of Dendro characters. Duh. Again, I talked about it before. I was reacting to this. The meta is dependent on the current Abyss cycle, and the current Abyss cycles since 3.0 came out have been very Dendro focused. Therefore, there's definitely a bias towards Dendro teams right now. And when 4.0 comes out, there's probably going to be a bias towards whatever the hell the Fontaine characters are designed to do. So he's worried about what? He's worried about what happened to Electro, or what happened to Pyro, which is to say, what happened to Pyro is that it became less relevant, but Pyro's still useful. Pyro still does all the things it did before, but now there's more options to do strong teams. But Pyro is worse now because of the fact that there's other strong teams. I get it, because the issue might be if they release new content that requires the damage output from Dendro teams, that your Pyro teams wouldn't clear that. But I can tell you for sure, any proper Pyro damage team can probably clear the same content as far as DPS checks goes. And it's more the issue of the specific situation, and you need because they love putting shields in Abyss, right? Putting shields in Abyss determines what kind of teams you can run that are more proper to deal with the elemental shields. That affects the utility of your Pyro more in a meta level for Abyss than damage output. The Pyro teams right now is still definitely I use a Hu Tao that does not vaporize on my Polearm account, and I 36 started the Wii Nut with Hu Tao. Hu Tao's still strong. It's making the claim that past Electro characters will be phased out of meta due to how well these work in Hyperbloom teams, pretty much. Yeah,
Ideally, I'd like for every element to have a distinct purpose.
Particularly with how well they've designed the Electro characters they added. Wait, have they only added... Oh boy, I have to go back. They've only added Sino for Electro character. No, I mean Dorian. they added Sino for 5-star. That's the only Electro character they've added since then. And that was his main point, I think, maybe. That, Sino's not relevant, but I think that they did a really good job balancing Sino. He's fun for what he does. If you really enjoy how he plays, he's really fun, and he's strong. But he's not, grossly strong.
Be open-ended.
He's not objectively better. And arguably, he's worse in generic utility than someone like Kaching. Comparing him to Raiden is a weird comparison.
In how you can achieve that purpose. The moment it becomes clear there's a set way to do it efficiently and everything else is second-rate, it bottlenecks the element. In Mihoyo's defense, Quicken and Hyperbloom's coverage is rather generous. The former works out for units that machine gun Electro application, and the latter gives units with periodic application a better chance to shine. But the constraints are still there.
Dory isn't horrible at Hyperbloom IRC, but wouldn't use over other options. Yeah, Dory's main issue is other characters that are better existing, which is part of his point, right? Is that there's characters that are less relevant because better characters exist. Yes, but that's inevitable, I feel. And yes, the way that Dendro reactions are designed means that off-field is good, but no matter what in the entire framework of this game, the more things you can do off-field, the better, right? The ideal structure for a maximum performing team is a bunch of off-field damage plus a bunch of on-field damage. So you do your Hu Tao while you also have, your off-field damage from Xingqiu Yilan, right? I don't get the point still.
Have to apply Electro consistently and...
Sino's not that great for Overworld. I agree. Sino was definitely more made for Abyss. I do have that problem with Sino. I think he's just one of the worst Overworld characters in the game.
Frequently. An example of a reaction that's a bit more lenient is Freeze. It still requires consistent and frequent application, but seeing as how the reaction is utility focused rather than damage, characters can deviate into other things. You can have a cryo damage boost.
I do like the Freeze reaction. I wish there was kind of more in the game. It would be interesting if they did similar variations of utility focused reactions. Say if Geo did something
like Shinhe, or healer and shielder like Diona.
That's a good point. That would have been something that would have been cool to see rather than just Electro do big damage. There was something more creative than just Electro do big damage, right? With Dendro. I agree with that point, I guess. It would be interesting to see them add more utility based stuff in the game. But again, I've talked about in the stream multiple times how the meta of Genshin is centralized around the Abyss, and the Abyss is designed to frustrate people that they don't have enough damage to clear the content, right? And it's designed to be a DPS check, and the reason it's designed to be a DPS check is just to try to get people to wish more to have slightly more damage. Try to wish for that Constellation, or that new character that can improve their damage, or that new weapon that can improve their damage. That's what it's designed to do. Like, let's be real, that's what it's designed to do. And therefore them adding the electrodendro reaction, adding more ways to do that is a good thing in my opinion, because it makes it less necessary for us to feel a desire to pull for things. Like, this could change. Like, my opinion on some things he's saying here could change if the structure of Genshin's like endgame content was different, right? But I have to evaluate it based on the way the things are in the game right now, particularly especially since, and I'm pretty confident in doing this way, evaluating this way, because MiHoYo has indicated that they don't really want to do anything other than how they currently do things for endgame content from like that article that came out last year. So I forgot what news publication interviewed MiHoYo, and they answered basically, F you, we don't want to do any more endgame content.
Sayaka and Ganyu coexist in their own ways while still taking advantage of the same reaction. The other elements feel like an arms race over who can do more than the other, and I think that's what might happen to Electro, but considering we haven't had a new Electro character since Sino, only time will tell. Now that I think about it, maybe the underlying root problem of all this is the reactions themselves. Almost all of them are focused on damage. Perhaps if reactions weren't so obsessed with DPS and instead were utility based.
Yeah, that was the point I was making, but again, what's the point of utility based reactions if MiHoYo was just designing Abyss to be DPS checks, right? The problem is MiHoYo designing their endgame content around DPS rather than, and therefore the meta of the game is less around utility and more just DPS, right? And that's my point. Like, yes, I agree, but also it's a side effect how they design the content you use the characters in, not the way the characters or reactions are specifically designed. I feel like it's a good thing to have more options.
That could balance the roster a bit better and incentivize using other characters more, so I might make a video on that in the future. Anyways, I think we're gonna end things off.
That'd probably be a better video. Okay. That'd probably be a better video, hopefully, for him to like talk about the relevance of utility-based reactions as a concept, because he can be more creative and also hopefully point out the issue with the fact that the issue is of everything he's saying is, in my opinion, more how they make endgame content and the Spiral Abyss in general. Right, and he completely ignored the fact that the meta is completely dependent on what the Spiral Abyss is, and the heavy bias in the last year towards Dendro because they've been releasing a bunch of Dendro characters because Dendro's the new element, right? This video was nothing. He said nothing other than like off field is strong, and characters that are on field, that are only on field like Sino, are worse than characters that can do off field. And like, he didn't even make the point that like the biggest problem is not even Sino is just on field. The problem is Sino is on field and needs to stay on field for a long time. That's his bigger problem. The problem is you can't swap him. Whereas Keqing has a very similar like functional utility to the Sino, but Keqing you can swap out of much more consistently and easily in a short time frame, right? That's why Keqing's better, I would say, on like a functional level. But then he compared it to Raiden, him to Raiden, and Raiden's off-field utility instead of Keqing. Like, just a weird comparison to make. I don't get it. Just in case he says anything more, I watch the last.
Let me know in the comments down below if you agree with any of my points, or if you think I'm overthinking things, which I probably am to a degree. Regardless, if you enjoyed today's video, it would be awesome if you could leave a like and subscribe. Also follow me on Twitter @VarsVerm, join my Discord server, and check out the other episodes in my Element mini-series if you haven't yet. But for
I mean, yes, probably, because it doesn't do anything. But Anemo, I don't know, Anemo's not as strong as it used to be. It's still very relevant, to be clear. But less relevant, I'd say, with Dendro, which, again, is a good thing. More choice is good.
now, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you again soon in the next one. Take care.
I'm not going to dislike the video, but I did undo my like. Sounds like a lot of problems could be solved by overhauling Geo. No, they're not going to do that. Because if they overhaul Geo, they could potentially... How do they overhaul Geo without breaking things? The only way they can like overhaul Geo without breaking things, in my opinion, is if they made Crystallize actually relevant in some form. Like if Crystallize gave you the simplest level thing, like it'd be like, this would work in the current framework where like it's a DPS check, right? Crystallize gives you a elemental damage bonus, like integrating that artifact set basically to Geo's based functioning. I don't see them doing it. And overhauling Geo would change how you use Geo characters to the point that like if Geo starts reacting with other elements, it can break existing teams. And I don't think they're going to risk upsetting the player base by like, I really like using Zhongli in this team, but now Zhongli breaks my Dendro reaction team because Geo now reacts with Dendro, right? Someone pointed out Toma. Mihoyo uses 4.0 to make a lot of changes. They probably won't. I feel like Dendro didn't complete... The reason that they're not going to... I don't think they're going to change anything in the overarching structure of the game much more anymore. And instead, my prediction is... I can try to make this a little bigger. My prediction is Mihoyo is going to do more things on the line of Nilu. Hopefully they learn their lesson from Nilu a little bit and they allow more flexibility. But I want to see more designs like Nilu that fixes elements. Like, let's say a Geo character that turns Geo into a transformative reaction. The Geo character that changes how the Geo reaction works, specifically with them, right? That's what I see them doing rather than changing Geo as a whole kind of thing, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I think you have it completely backwards. Okay, good. There's a... Electro is one of the most future-proof elements after the release of Dendro. I agree. Doesn't really matter the power level of characters because they can always be made a Hyper Bloom proc character. Yeah, some of them are jank. Lisa. Sure, there will be characters that will be picked up much stronger than others, but statement is true for every single element in this game. Yeah, exactly. He was basically just saying off-field is strong, and therefore characters that want to be on-field are less useful than off-field characters. Well, duh, because you have 4 characters in a team. You're probably going to want most of your characters to not be on-fielders. Yeah, you like a character not in the meta, no problem. You can still play them and feel like they're doing their part in the team. I agree. Yeah. Thank you, Cricken. Thank you. This is a simple. This person made a great simplified way out of like critiquing Vars's like lack of points and like getting things backwards in a simple way. Thank you, Cricken. There you go. I always liked Electro IC6 Mika back in 2.5 when everyone thought she was bad. Now thanks to Dendro, she's broken. I mean, Dendro made your C6 I have less value, but yeah. Less relative value, I should say. You still get the concrete, you still get this percentage value, but yeah. Long run, I think every element is going to end up Pyro, where you need to have a certain playstyle, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I just want to see them... I want to see Mihoyo add, like... I think the simplest mode I think I would really enjoy in Genshin as a combat system is... If they add, like... Let's say, like... What? Oh, there we go. My game was lagged. Let's say they add, like, I don't know, a way... Instead of, like, Spiral Abyss with time-based challenge, right? Or, hell, even a Spiral Abyss, but just, like, the floors go on infinitely, but you don't get rewards. Right? I would love to see like more difficult content that just like tests the performance. Like that gives me a reason to try to like test the limits of my, you know, Kuki, Tignare, Yai, Kazuha team in different situations, right? I want some kind of mode that lets me like deal with like infinitely increasing difficulty of waves, whether that be AoE situations or single target situations. I don't even need rewards from them. I just want something that lets me do that and have fun with my teams when they like outperform, like when they output damage, or not outperform, when they output damage that is more than necessary for the content, right? I want more ways to do that rather than just like I do it because I like big number. Because like yes, I do it because I like big number and I like, you know, putting effort into building characters and showing them love. But I want to I also want content that lets me like actually utilize that and give me more of a motivator to doing that kind of thing. Because my motivator is kind of low outside of just like, haha, I want Nilu Bloom to get 100k damage because it's satisfying to hit that 100k, right? You got some weird recommendations from YouTube. It's like all Linus Tech Tips videos. So I don't normally watch videos on this channel, or on. So this is my actual YouTube account that's logged in. It looks like there was a. It's mostly just like random Genshin stuff and mostly Linus Tech Tips videos for some reason. Probably because I've watched some Linus Tech Tips videos in Firefox. That's probably the only reason. So I don't usually watch YouTube videos through the account logged in Firefox, which is my actual YouTube account. Which is my YouTube channel account. I usually watch through my other account that's like logged in on my phone. Like most of my YouTube watching actually happens on my phone, realistically. So. Nilu, Bloom versus Endless mode. Yeah, exactly. So like, the problem in Genshin's combat system is less like reactions and like, I don't know. His point there was like electro characters might become like Pyro because off-field is strong. I don't know. Like, no shit, off-field's strong. You have 3 characters and only one is on-field at any one time. So obviously the ideal damage output situation is have 3 characters that do like off-field or buffing utility, and then you have someone on-field, or you have everyone off-field and you just swap between them constantly. I don't get it. I don't get what exactly the point was. Like that one comment said, I think he got it backwards. I don't know. So there's an undercover Soluna account somewhere. Indeed, actually no, I can't show you the icon. So. The main place you can probably see it, I've commented a few times on Zajest videos. I don't know if they don't often get any upvotes, and I don't comment very often, but it's the same icon actually as my Discord server, the little the yellow moon icon. I have that icon, but it's a little bit off-centered on my other account. It's also named Matt because that's my name. But yes, that's my undercover account for sure. I'd be more active in like commenting on people's like videos on YouTube under my Soluna name if I actually watched videos on this account. But I don't. I just make videos for it, and I don't usually watch videos on this account like I just did. That's why the recommendations were weird, because I have apparently only occasionally watched Linus Tech Tips videos on that account accidentally, and random Genshin things, obviously. So I wouldn't say Nilu is amazing design. No. Her biggest Nilu, I talked about earlier in the stream, Nilu has a problem of like, why did they design Nilu's passive to say as a middle finger and not let you have any characters other than Hydro and Dendro? They easily could have designed it like Goro, where Goro gives a skill based on 1, 2, 3 Geo characters. You could have one, how many characters in your party? 1 Hydro or Dendro. You get, I don't know, you get the, I don't even know what one. It'd probably be 2 at least a minimum. You have 2 Hydro Dendro characters, you get the Bloom damage buff. You have 3 Dendro or Hydro characters, now you get the Bloom instant explosion, right? And then you have 4, maybe you get a further buff, right? And or they could just not do a 4th, like they're like Goro has no 4th character being Geo requirement. So there's no incentive to do a 4th character for Goro's buff specifically. Whereas Nilu, you have to, right? Like they easily could have done something similar, but they chose not to. And as far as I can tell, the reason is because like, oh, you like Nilu? Ah, great. This is a perfect way that we can like get you to like a character, and we can get you to like make you feel like you have to get Nikita for your Nilu, and you have to get your Kokomi for your Nilu, or whatever other crap, right? Like that's why they design it like that, in my opinion. Like, I don't know, restricting the biggest problem with Nilu is restricting the creative freedom. Like, man, Nilu would be so much more fun. The cool things you could do if you could have like a Animo user for grouping. You could have a Pyro user, a Electro user, right? Well, actually, Electro user wouldn't really make sense when they're instantly exploding. But, anyways, this is probably the stream. By Sapphire, I'm also ending the stream. So, I don't think I have any. Actually, I mean, on my main account, I'll use my 20 resin. I guess there's no reason not to. I don't know that. Yeah, I can't say Vars has made much sense. That's what I'll conclude. I don't think his argument made any sense. So I guess I agree with Tars Blamo's Tars is mentioned in chat, where Vars just says the same thing rehashed over and over in different ways, which I guess, for the content grind, good for him for making a formula for, success on YouTube, but at the same time, you're kind of misinforming the Genshin community. Is Vars the... Oh, okay, I guess I'm using this team. What is... You are on Deepwood, okay. He has a sizable enough user base, like, and gets enough views on his videos that, like, how much misinformation stems from him is kind of like my thinking. Like...
Right here. Emerge.
I hear everything.
I don't know. I don't know.
Our bond is strong.
Wind strike.
Right now. Right here.
One with the forest.
Ow.
Keep up.
Forgot how fun this team was to play in just like random domains. Oh, I had a dream. I had a dream of getting the EM piece there. Sad. Oh well. I guess I keep this. It's got a ER crit rate. Alright. Well, thank you for watching. That's the stream. We'll stream tomorrow. It will be Abyss stream. We will probably do Abyss on my main account. If you care about my main account, I'll probably start with that because it should be relatively fast. And then after that, it'll probably mostly be a Polearms only stream. If the Abyss goes better than I expected, it doesn't take very long, then we might do more stuff on weapons only or whatever else. But other than that, if you don't care about Polearms only on my main account, obviously check out the weapons only wishing video tomorrow. I gotta edit that, which shouldn't take me too long to edit, hopefully. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for watching. Bye-byes. By the way, the new artifact domain only drops the Dia set for you. No, that's an annoying problem. Also, why are you farming it? If you're farming for the child set, I would just farm Heart of Depth instead. In my opinion, it's not that much better. It's a little bit better if you're really heck bent on improving child. I guess go for the new artifact set. You do you. You're a resin. I don't want to listen to you. Bye bye. Why is Miko's hair so white here? I think it's just weird lighting in here. I've never seen Miko's hair look so pale. Oh, I was recording for 2 hours. Oh, good lord. I have a 2-hour long recording file. I am probably just going to delete that and not bother making any... I don't think I had anything I'm going to make an edited video out of.